Hello everyone. Welcome to the WardiTV stream of the OSC King of the Hill 257. Hello, hello. I've got a puppy down here staring at me. Because I've got a bag of crisps. King of the Hill action begins today with Fiant against Led Alex. Let's dive into it and get this ready to rumble. Let's get some games rolling. Again, hope everyone is doing well. Hello, and thank you for joining us early on. Good to see you guys. As we get ready to kick this off. Again, thanks for being here early on the day. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to start things off with the Red Protoss player. This is going to be the challenger, Led Alex, as if you remember, we were casting OSC King of the Hill over the weekend. And this man made it all the way. He was the last man standing. King at the end of the day. Fiant, and he comes in to try and defend his crown as we get into some ZVP to start off the first of what will be 15 best of ones here today in the King of the Hill. Probe on a patrol. Hatch coming up. On to the third location. Nothing really too crazy about this for the early stages. Everything is looking pretty regular here in the early couple of minutes. So we just get that on the way and try to see a little bit of what's going on. Probe coming about. Again, hatch and the gas coming up. And the drone is on its way through. And we'll just follow this probe for a couple of seconds. There is not much else really happening here just yet. For the early couple of seconds, but like I say, plenty of time for things to happen, for things to begin to take place. So we'll see what we get. Those are just, like I say, get ready. For some SC2 action. Hope everyone's doing well today. Let me know how you're doing on the chat. We are live on a bunch of different places actually today. We're actually live on Twitch, YouTube, and today we're live for the first time ever on Soup, because if I want to cast one of the upcoming tournaments that's on Soup, I have to, 100% no way around it, I have to stream on Soup. So we're going to be streaming on Soup. We're allowed to kind of multi-stream, but only if we... you're only allowed to do the Twitch stream if we stream on Soup, basically. So we're gonna try it out for today and make sure it's all working for when we actually need it. So I don't presume many people in my chat are gonna be like, "Oh my god, a Soup stream!" But just in case that is really up your alley, you know, you never know. Maybe someone in here is absolutely loving that fact. Just in case it's up your alley, then there you go. That's what's gonna go on. We got the Soup going on as well. So yeah, that's happening. And yeah, otherwise, hope you guys are having a great start to your day. It's been pretty regular on my side of life. So we just have ourselves the gateways dropping down. Just have that warp gates coming up, but yeah, all these gateways again proxy to the top side, so Alex is going to go for a lot of pressure over here. It's going to be kind of interesting to see what he actually does with this, as all those gates come up, that hatchery on the way through. He's going to see the few drones coming over, and again the gates and the warp gate all building up as well. Lings and the overlords coming out right now. Doesn't mean we're going to see mega aggression here, but Fiant's actually seen it as well. So he's actually got a few lings up here, and he's already spotting what's going on. So at least he knows just how aggressive his opponent is trying to be, as Alex tries to be pretty cheeky right off the bat. And Fiant is going to say, well, okay, I mean, you can be cheeky, but we're definitely going to have a good idea as to what's going on at the very least. So get some info there, get some news. As you see those few horns continue to poke away. Okay, a bit more work done, just for now. Putting some pressure on at the moment as we take a couple moments. Just going to see the lanes that continue to pressure on the other side of the map, actually. They might actually break through. They're getting very close to it. However, the Zealots are arriving. What will the defense look like for Fiant over here? How is that going to go? Good question right now. As we come through, just going to be seeing those Zealots swinging on the front door already. And trying to see some success right off the very get-go of this. So Zealot's going to wrap around. Just going to be seeing everything else coming over as well. And that Alex is just going to say GG, because that is not enough firepower to truly get the work done on this one. And that's going to be our first match of the day, going one-sidedly, unfortunately, over into Fiant's favor. And Fiant is going to keep his streak alive. So obviously, we will generally track the score on the day, guys. But obviously, for Fiant, it is still, you know, carrying on from last time. Essentially a 4-match streak right now in OSC King of the Hill, which is very exciting. Very exciting indeed. Alrighty, guys, we will continue through. Again, hello, everybody. How are we feeling? If you're on the YouTube early today, please do consider taking a second to hit the like and the subscribe. There's already a few people starting to tune in, but come say hello. Good to see you guys. Wait to see our next matches. Sorry guys, I just realized I messed something up on. I sent some player info out just a little bit ago and I've messed it up. Cool. All right. We do have a message for our next player, Honmono, so we're going to be jumping on to NA for some TVZ. Get this, excuse me, get this ready to begin. Get this off in just a few moments, guys. Cool, cool, cool. Gonna be washed out for the map again. Invite in already. Just gonna get that up and running. Yeah, okay, sorry, just trying to fix a couple things. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Guys, we'll be going in a moment. Sorry, like I said, I was just fixing up a couple things. Trying to get us back on track. Mono versus Fiant coming up then, guys. We get this going in a couple of moments. Get this ready to go onto washout. Let's load in and get ready to StarCraft, my friends. GLH Chef gonna get called right from the get-go. We're starting nice and easy, nice and strong. Take this into action. In the bottom left-hand side is going to be Mono, and he is going to be coming across the map with an SCV super early here to be aggressive. Like I say, we are going to track the wins on the day for our current king, and the current king Fiant has won one on the day after the first map went in his favor. So there you go. As we bring this about, as we get this going, get ready to settle into more StarCraft 2. Again, thanks for joining us today, guys. Good to see you all. Thank you for hanging out and being here. And being here early, because we've obviously just gotten started as well. So, like I said, good to see you guys super early on. And, yeah, excited to go through a whole bunch of games as we work our way through all of this. It's just a single barracks being proxied by Mono. OSC King of the Hill 257 a day as well. Good to see you guys, like I say, and yeah, we'll hope for a set of games as the day goes on. We're having the again, Hatchgasm pool will continue to come around, so it's not too crazy. And like I say, the proxy is only a single barracks initially. It's going to be a second barracks on the follow-up, but it's actually only one Reaper to begin with, so kind of an interesting starting point there as we get this on the way through and ready to go. Ling's going to go up and start chasing this Reaper down. Let's see what the defensive Fiant looks like over the course of this one. And as like I say, we get this started and we can get this underway. This Reaper begins to tap, tappity tap for some work in those early stages. That Reaper just putting some further damage out. That Zerglin is going to go down, so we are going to see that dropping in the end. Falling, and we will see the couple of Reapers together, going to join back up together. Hatchery and the Spine Crawler coming up. A couple of Reapers, the SCV coming around also. Again, those Reapers just going to go back and hit this hatch one more time. Put a little bit more pressure on. So a bit more pressure continue with all of that at the moment. And we are going to see the Reapers now up to the high ground. Going to get in and go for a Queen. The drones are going to pull. We've actually built a Spine Crawler against this, so we're pretty well defended if that Spine Crawler comes up. But obviously, first of all, you have to get that Spine Crawler up. And then it does only kind of secure you in one position. I like the Lings going across the map. You're going to force a response without really overcommitting yourself. So that actually feels very good as those Reapers gather back in together and keep the pressure going just initially. Over on this side. See if he's again having to pulse already. Like I said, that eco damage gathering up. And we'll continue to control the Reapers on the other side. A couple of Queens gather. And you see Lings are going to have Ling speed soon. Fiant's on a very low eco, but obviously your one base here is on Mono, so as long as we just survive, survival is the key right now. If we survive, we're going to be in a pretty good place. And that's all, like I say, we really need to be able to really go for long term at the moment, as the Lings now have their speed. It's so much more difficult for these Reapers to do anything. Because now, once you are defended, you can actually drone very aggressively here as the Zerg player. So yeah, initially it took you a little while to get set up maybe, and to kind of get the defense going. But now you've got a ton of Lings. You're going to deny all pressure on the map. The barracks are having to float home. The Terran is still yet to go up to a natural expansion. It's building on the high ground now. But there's going to be quite a while here where there's just not a lot really to be done for the Terran player. And Fiant will take a pretty significant advantage in this game for this point in time. So should start to look very good there as the few SCVs continue to move about. We have a couple of barracks are going to float home as well. So they will bring their way back slowly yet surely. Two more barracks building straight in. The command centers are coming online. So it's going to be triple CC behind it. Fiant, like I say, to me, he just spams workers right now. Like this is just feeling like exactly where you want to be as the as the Zerg player, because you just get to spam workers. You have no need to build any additional units. And yeah, okay, the Terran might be kind of being, economically kind of greedy themselves. That's absolutely fine when you consider the fact that you should just be able to kind of drone up much more quickly than they can, because, oh wow, the 4 command centers, that is actually kind of wild. Like I said, I mean, it makes sense, because like I say, if you just try and be normal here in this situation, I don't think it's good enough on the side of, I don't think it's good enough on the side of Honmono. I actually think, you just get out-droned. Maybe, I don't actually know, but maybe with the 4 command centers, maybe you're going to be strong enough. Maybe you're going to be strong enough yeah, he's going to have so few units. I mean, this only really works if your opponent is playing a little bit, playing maybe a bit too passively into you, but then at the same time, like I say, Fiant has all the reason to believe playing passively is the right call at the moment. I still do not disagree with that sentiment. There's going to be mech behind this, so super greedy into mech. Like I say, it can go wrong for Fiant. Man, this is he's going to scout overhead. There's 0 anti-air, by the way, so this Overlord is going to have a full scout. So at least he's not going to be playing blind or anything. He's going to know exactly what is happening. You can't catch him off guard at the very least. You're not going to catch him off guard. Let me just sure. Angelings gather up, that Spire and the drones continue in Infernal Pre-Igniter, and the Cyclone in production. We had a factory on into the mix. A couple more extractors coming through, and the Zerglings just on the watchtower for a few moments. Continue to gather up. Reset here over the next couple moments to bring this back around. And into position for whatever the next phase is going to be. Obviously, all those factions come up. Fiant's going to go he's going to have a Spire. Can he get enough meters out to overwhelm the Cyclone count early? I mean, I think there's a good chance he can, because Fiant's been ahead anyway, so to me, that's a good sign that he's got a chance to kind of do as he wishes here and just kind of go meters, and there's not necessarily going to be much of an answer for those meters, so I think that's a very, very reasonable expectation right now. Hellions are going to come over around the top. They have that blue flame. The Reapers and Hellions together will begin to get swinging. We get 6 drones going down, but now the Zerglings at least get a wrap around. Where are the meters at? We've got 10 of them on the map. There's only 3 Cyclones. A couple of Widow Mines are building as well, so maybe the combination of some mine hits with some Cyclones could be enough. Yeah, currently losing his 4th base. I like that the meters are flying across the map. I think the meters flying across the map is absolutely the right idea here. You need to be setting up to kind of just get across and do damage and put this into a very, very difficult position for your opponent. Now, those 2 Widow Mines, they throw her up, but they can't necessarily do anything just yet. Next Cyclone going to get a lock on. We lose the Cyclone. Now going after the Tech Lab factory so you can basically stop further Cyclones building. A bit of mistargeting here. Eats the Widow Mine shot. Fiant can take a little bit more damage than he should have done. On the other side, he's busy catching the Hellions and the Reapers, though, so he's going to get rid of most of these Reapers. A few more meters on the way. He's determined to overwhelm, but I do think he's got to be careful. He does need to be careful. And the Hellions gather up. Just going to see the Cyclone's going to be in position already. The Mutas are going to end up turning away. Back around down to the south. Oh, they're already going to take some shots, take some damage here. Just going to come back over and again just hold the front. I mean, you might have a ton of command centers, but a ton of economy doesn't matter if you can't get in position to ever use that economy. And that's going to be one of the main things you're kind of requesting as Fiant right now. You're saying, well, show me how you're going to, make use of this. Fiant double expand, 68 drones ready to go across all of the bases. Oh, one of my shots going to be good, hitting heavy into the mutas. Bunch of mutas taking a bunch of damage. Again, Macfield Accelerator coming up. A couple Cyclones continue through. I'm just going to see those mutas really continuing to move around right here, trying to see what else is going on. I'm just going to head down the bottom. Just going to see that command center already taking a few more shots. Obviously trying to get this out in position. The mutas dive instantly onto the Cyclones, -2, -3. We kind of need the Widow Mines to be the threat, although once the Cyclones are locked on, they do start to get a lot of kills. Good start from Fiant, but honestly, better follow from Harmono, who got quite a few of those mutas. Like I say, we need these Widow Mines to be the threat to stop the mutas chasing. Otherwise, those mutas just go in and in and in, and they never really stop moving at all. As the mutas come back around once again. I think it's going to show up this time. I mean, they pop the Widow Mines, but they don't really do much else. There's one more Widow Mine left. Going to hit dead center on the mutas. At least we're going to kill the Widow Mines off after. Fiant is going to be fine. That was a little exciting though. That was a little bit exciting. For a moment or two, I thought he might not actually make it happen. Mita's going to get rid of this base. I love that he morphed this into a planetary. Meanwhile, he's got 4 orbitals in the main. So, Honmono said, Hellions, who needs Hellions? I just built command centers with mech. Mineral dump. My friend, the command center. What's better, 3 Hellions or another CC? Probably another CC. I mean, I don't actually think Hellion count changed this game at all, to be fair. So yeah. This is what I was going to see. Obviously, this game was kind of a weird one with the start, and Honmono really just needed to get to the low ground. Wow, we're actually not going to kill the turret. Finally gets it because Honmono stopped repairing. As he flipped through into the main base, I'm going to keep getting the job done. Thought Widow Mine might get drawn onto all those SCVs. GG's. Fiant. It's going to take a game number 2 of this best of. It's not really best of, is it? It's a best of 1. He's going to take a second game of the day, I should say. So yeah. Cool, guys. Alright. We are going to jump into our next one here in a couple of moments and kick this one off into our next round. I'll just run some ads. Get those started up. And we can go. Go. All right. Fian's already hopped, so maybe back to Europe. Azura. Alright, let's see if Fian can keep his streak alive, man. He's on a 5-map win streak at the moment. Overall, 2 today, 3 from last time, being the king at the end of the day. Last time out. It's going to be Azura the next challenger here for Fian to try and continue through against. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? Hope everyone is doing great. Thank you to OSC for having us for another King of the Hill. Always a pleasure to be here and bring you guys some games. Thanks for joining us and hanging out a little bit. Joining us and hanging on out. At Eternity's Edge going to be the map. I'll get this going in a moment. It is going to be ZVP, as we mentioned. For our third map of the day. Again, 15 games in total today, guys. That's how the King of the Hill works. And we'll see how it goes as we ready up. Ready, GLHF. And At Eternity Edge comes on into play. Alright, let's go into At Eternity's Edge, my guys. My gals, my friends, my views. I don't know what I'm saying weird things for. In the top left, our yellow Zerg player is going to be Fiant as we start off his third game of the day. See if he can keep this streak alive against Azura. Big challenger coming in on this next one in a few moments' time. Take a moment or two, ZVP early game, unless something really exciting gets going. Then, yeah, PvZ early game probably means that we will not see too much happening. The hatch is blocked for Fiant. He'll have to take the third location, but that's obviously just very regular and expected. We'll obviously just keep a little check and see what else is going on. A little bit more info being gathered, but mostly just being annoying, trying to harass the mining drones, harass the minerals as the best we can, just initially. Probe continues back and forth again. Hatch, gas, and pool all coming up. The drone on the way. Side corner nexus coming up as well. Popo produce again the Overlord drone hatch pool. Bit of everything on the way out. There's this Overlord of Fiant comes back over toward the natural for now. Just resetting at the moment. Yeah, we're just gonna go chilling. We have ourselves the Forge actually coming up super early. That's very interesting from a Zero. Going to go for a very early upgrade then. Not the normal approach. Gonna see the attack upgrade going through. The Adept is going to continue its way over. Plus seconds. Adept gets in, but we actually fully pull the drones. Might have lost mining time then, but the Adept going down without too much issue seems very reasonable. Have the few Zerglings continue out down to the bottom side. Just going to be poking at the front. We do have the couple overlords going to pop. Just also going to have the Stalker poking here for a couple of seconds. He's actually going to go and actually delay the third base as well, so that's going to be nice. Slow that down just by a few moments is never going to be a bad thing, so that's definitely going to be a nice positive right now for the moment. A couple of is going to gather around. Twilight Council is still just about to build, so we have that coming through as well here. Gonna see those few Zerglings going to move around once again. And they're going to stay active, actually going to push through. Do a little bit trying to deny this probe, which is about to go down. Things gather on the watchtower, sees the prism coming across, so you can prepare for this. I mean, it's just going to be, like I say, that fast +1. Is that enough to really do a lot of difference kind of dealing here in this PVZ? We're currently building Adept Immortal, but no glaives or anything. Just had to double check I wasn't completely crazy. Yeah, there's no glaives or anything coming up either, so definitely a bit of a strange one. Prism loads back up. Roger's going to be there, +2 attack, and so we'll continue as well. I mean, I guess we're going to have glaives and +2, and then like a +2 glaive immortal push. It's actually very fascinating. It's going to be full of very scary units that are very powerful. I don't have enough from Fian. The thing is if Fian, you can already see Fian's low on drones right now. He's actually making units already because I think he's expecting an attack. But if the attack hits later and so Fian's economy has already been low, then that's obviously a really bad sign, right? That leaves you in a pretty weird position. Because now you're prepping for an attack that's not coming, and by the time he actually maybe realizes this, he may then say, well, the best thing I can do is to counterattack myself. But if you try and counterattack yourself, you're already going to be kind of behind from where you want to be as well, so it's just not really a great situation for Fian. He's going to start droning now, but yeah, he's been behind on economy for a bit. You see all the extra gates kicking in right now from Azura. They're going to be online shortly, so that economy is going to gain heavily. We're just going to pull back. Actually, we do get the 2 Adepts into the main base, so we finally see the Adepts coming in, and they actually immediately put some work in, so seeing some success right off the very get-go. That units getting together, just gonna see that prism coming back around again. Ready to warp in. So Fiant's economy again is in the bin. And yeah, his opponent is the one all in into him. It almost feels bad for Zero to go, but Zero obviously looks at this and says, well, my economy is not good in the long term. So he also knows that his position is not ideal, realistically. It's kind of an awkward combination, isn't it? It's like, I know my spot ain't good, you know your spot ain't good, but I don't really want to attack into you, you're not going to really attack into me, but then, you know, if you pull back as a Zero, do you actually give up? Like, you know, like you say, his long-term plan is not exactly great. His army gets worse over time. He's going to start going Blink. I mean, maybe if you just go +2 and Blink, and you obviously already have +2, you already have good upgrades, and you're just going to keep threatening, and the Zerg has to keep responding. If you tech behind it right now, like, this is great. Yeah, Fiant has a ton of units, but just make sure he keeps building a ton of units. Make sure he does not efficiently get to the economy he actually needs long term. I like the Ling drop, because if Fiant can do anything right now to pull his opponent back and distract his opponent, that should just be a massive win position. That's going to be a major plus in this game, because right now Azura obviously being on the map, being in control, very confidently just kind of sitting around. He's not even thinking about a counter. He's going to recall. He was actually pretty close to the natural anyway. I will not drop in super successfully. However, Fiant does come in from two sides to catch this army. The recall included the Immortals, two of the Immortals, right? So two of the Immortals are just completely out of position to help with this, which means the road count does okay. Just +2 attack is going to make this so difficult to really win out on. You see the Balin nest from Fiant. He's also going to drone. The Balins are going to be amazing against the Adepts, do not get me wrong, but again, it's just gone a little bit too long. It might have done, honestly, it might have done. Stalkers, Adepts, the Immortals in the middle of the map. Just going to see a couple more Adepts and Stalkers warping in, getting ready to go. You can see the +3 attack upgrade coming through as well. Blink about to finish. And +1 missile attack upgrade coming up also as the army sits over toward now. The left-hand side is going to be the choice of sitting over here. Storm's getting underneath for the Overlord. There's actually going to be some crew spreading. Couldn't have hit him just getting rid of the Overlord and then getting the Roaches after, although I guess should get everything anyway. Fiant's army is, again, in a pretty miserable place. Like, it is just not a good army comp at this point in time. And you're so heavily out of graded as well. Yeah, and he fell into the trap of just what Azura was doing. He looked aggressive initially. And a couple more biles. Will actually land pretty nicely. That's going to be what you need here, Fiant. He needs a really good fight at the end of the day. It's not impossible for him to win this game, but he needs the fight to be really good. He needs the Banes to crash into the Adepts realistically. That wasn't really it, although you do force the Adepts back. So the Adepts are not doing a lot right now, and your Immortals as Azura get picked off very quickly. So Fiant does take a very good fight. Isn't close enough to bile down the Prism for the reinforcement wave of Stalkers gets here. 3 Immortals remain, one of them super low. Prism is not near to pick up Immortals, so at least one on the top side should go down. Now Fiant's supply starts dropping a bit more quickly as Azura ends up on a bit of a better fight. Can we cancel the Prism? We do force it to move away. We don't kill it, but force it to move back. Still, Fiant is 45 army supply, 49 army supply to the reinforcing 59 army supplies. And again, +3 attack upgrade. Still 2 Immortals alive. There was a moment in this fight where Fiant was actually looking pretty good. It just wasn't for long enough. Loss of bile. Landing on the Stalker just in the main base. Gonna be seeing a couple of links coming through too. Adepts gonna be there. The drones are gonna pull forward. Azura is going to get what I would absolutely call a bit of an upset here. Fun build as well, just like I say, it was a little bit off in terms of what he was doing, but then because it was a bit off, it definitely threw Fiant, and it was a big part of the reason why Fiant was just not prepared. Fiant is going to get overrun at the end. Like I say, this game was lost 7 minutes ago when he made a bunch of units against a Protoss player who was building +2 attack and was not planning to attack for another 2 minutes or something. So, It maybe wasn't lost then, but that's what set us down this pathway of it going to be a very difficult game to kind of bounce back on it. That never did much bouncing back. GG. Azura gets the break on Fiant's win streak. Fiant only gets 2 today. That's 5 in total for him going across last week and this week. So it's going to be 2 wins for Fiant. And then Azura breaks it, and Azura gets himself a big W. That's actually very exciting, to be fair. It's actually very cool. Alrighty, guys, we will take a moment or so. I've just lost my Wikipedia page, like to keep track of where we're at and stuff. Cool. Like I said, just waiting for a challenger to arrive. See who's going to be up next. Maybe Jumi. He's in the chat channel. Let's see. Let's see what we get. Bit PvP. Be fun. Mix it up a little. Yeah, I'll mix it up a little and see what happens in just a few seconds. Bum, 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 bum. Obviously, the winner gets 1 map veto, and then the challenger picks from all the other maps. So that's how this works. Bum, 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 bum. How's everyone doing? Let me know what's up. Didn't realize it was still Crank League playoffs this weekend. Fear and Faith going to be the map. Alright, so it is going to be Jumi. So it is going to be a little bit of PvP here, my friends. Just a couple of moments. Go, it's called. And we are set to continue through. Countdown is done. Let me pop on into Fear and Faith for a little bit of PvP. So, let's see what we get. top left-hand side is going to be our red Protoss player. It is going to be Jumi coming in as the challenger of this series. Up against the green Protoss who took down Fiant to be the current king. It is going to be Azura. Again, the beauty of the King of the Hill format, you get those upsets. They are fairly likely to happen because of how the format works. It's always cool to see. I'm going to pick the 4-player map for the PvP. Obviously, again, you get one veto as Azura. You can't veto both the 4-player maps, so I could have vetoed this, though. I mean, it's the only true 4-player map, because at least Fortress and Temple has the one of the spawns disabled, so it's not the 4-player. Getting the gas on the way on both sides, too. Just bringing that up. We're going to see double gateway as the probes begin to scatter around using the tubes. So Azura's going to get there pretty quickly to see where his opponent is at. We'll see if he makes any choices based on his opponent being over here. Be a pretty reasonable question. Again, just gonna have that extra gate coming about. The Cyber Core is coming through. We have ourselves the couple probes continue to come about as well. Just gonna see both those gates gonna be complete. So 2 gates against the. It is 2 gates from Azura just later, as Jumi's already setting up the pylon to proxy a little bit over here. And a couple of stalkers coming about. Just going to see that gateway still coming through. 2 more stalkers on the way from Jumi. And what are we going to use this gateway for? What is it going to be that we build into? It's going to be a Stargate. All right. Stargate probe is going to walk its way back from across the map after scouting. Just going to pull ourselves away from over there. Probe is, with the expansion down, going to be trying to be the expander then, the greedier play in the game. I say greedy, it's not super greedy to be expanding off of 2 gates, honestly, right now in PvP. Especially because 2 gates give you so much production that you never really had before. Actually goes a long way to helping you out. Let's see what the Oracle can find as we get going. Probes, and then we're already turned away. Push back pretty quickly. It's going to have the Oracle and the Wolf Gate both continuing production. The next sun's way by the couple probes going down. So on this main base. Wow, it's very sneaky and it actually stays hidden. Do we really need all the APM to be really good at RTS games? Like, do we need to travel and re-travel camera or unit selection so many times? No, you can be really good with less APM. Especially a lot of the spammy stuff early in the game is kind of pointless. Obviously, like later on when you need to be in a bunch of different places at the same time, then yeah, you're going to move around a lot and look in different places, and you're going to have to select your units and hotkey well and so on, but you don't need like hundreds of APM. There's been GM players in StarCraft 2 who were playing with like 100 APM or less. You need some amount of APM because there's just a point at which you need a certain amount of actions to just be able to macro at a baseline level well. But 100 APM is extremely achievable. 100 APM is pressing less than 2 keys per second, which a second's kind of a long time when you're considering like some of the clicks that you make. Because if you consider like, oh, like 3 times every minute you build SCVs off 2 bases, that's like 6. Yeah, you know, that's already gonna be like, you know, 6 clicks, and then all your other production just naturally is like 30 clicks a minute, basically, like, if nothing else. So, I mean, obviously it's, you know, fast is generally better, but you can absolutely be good without being super duper quick or anything crazy like that. Like, you do not need to be the fastest in the world to have a good time. I mean, hell, some people will like Master League with freaking playing StarCraft 2 on a controller, you know? Like, how much APM can you have on a controller? This nation will be met by those stalkers. They're going to knock it down. They will continue out down the map. Away they go for a moment. Stays look going down. Stalker's going to blink through. A couple of these stalkers getting jumped on immediately. Good kills. As we're just out of position. We're going to actually have to recall home, but we don't bring the sentries back, which is a bit awkward. Going to have a stasis ward here as well. Forces one stalker to blink in. Despite the recall, Jumi is still overwhelming. And like I said, the sentries and the few stalkers that didn't get recalled back are not exactly doing major damage on the other side to make up for their absence here. Jumi reinforces off the nearby pylon. He still actually has the pylon in the main, by the way. Azura never figured that out, so pylon still existing in the main base. You see the pros going to chase. Good force fields. Hey, the sentry is flank, but force fields only do so much when your opponent has blink. We do manage to save the sentries, however. That's not a good blink in. That's going to leave you very exposed and gives Jumi time to run in with a massive unit advantage right now. You could finish off this battery, and then I would say probes is a good priority. Moving into the main base, obviously also a decent option, because you're going to force your opponent to chase the long way, and eventually you likely are planning to recall out from this scenario as well, right? So, and he's catching a lot of units as they finish producing, so he's getting a lot of value just from finding efficient fights, 1 unit at a time. Even here, he's actually very well set up stalker-wise. He's going to win this fight until the other reinforcements come up this ramp. Azura bleeding units out across the board. There's more stalkers to the left. Azura's just going to say GG, and Jumi will make Azura a 1-map king. And Jumi will take the crown in matchup number 4 on the day. And to match 5 in a few moments, as Jumi will be the king, and we'll have a new challenger come to try and, like I say, take that crown from him. Where are the tunnels on the side? They're worker-only tunnels. Stasis was goated. I mean, the stasis just meant you could just keep being aggressive and go win the game like right then and there, right? Pretty good move. Pretty good move. Not bad at all. Sanctuary going to be the veto from Jumi. It's going to be Jumi Nicorakt. Fun little match coming up next then. That ready to go. Black are going to be on that. Do, 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 do. Kicking this off into Blackrock, guys. Let's get it going. As we have got ourselves in the bottom left-hand corner, the purple Terran player. This is Nicoract, the new challenger. And Nicoract take down Jumi and have us a little bit of a passing around of the kingship today. Wait to see what is going to happen. Let me just take a few moments, guys. Taking it easy. Taking a moment. Just for now. Let's set up. We having ourselves the Cybercore coming up. The Orbital's building, the Reaper's on its way, so nothing too exciting. The SCV is going to get here. See that there's not an expansion yet, which is fairly interesting, I suppose. SCV and the Probe will just nibble back at one another. As he heads down, Reaper is going to head up to the top. It's just going to come for a move along here. Let's see if Nicoract can find any good information with this. What's up, Parabytes? Thank you so much for the 79 in a row and 88 in total month resub. A year away from the 100. Crazy. Thanks so much for the resub, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream today. How's that, Reaper? Pulls on out of there. Kind of depth in the warp gates. It's coming up. Just gonna see if no stargates coming into place. A couple of probes gather right now. I'm just gonna have that factory about to finish. A couple of probes gonna get back to mining. We are gonna have the orbital coming up on this natural stargate. Finishing very soon from Jumi. Both these adepts just gathering at the front. It's coming online, just gonna have that warp gate about to finish. Cyclone and 2 more Marines popping out. 2 adepts working their way to the bottom side here from Jumi as well, so bring them straight down to the bottom left at the moment. Get that in position. Adepts are going to get there. 1 Marine taking some shots. Both adepts actually going to take a fair amount of damage. And shade away with both as the Cyclone comes through. So we didn't actually get away with the other one. I thought they were both going to be out of there, but not actually the case. Only 1 adept survived, so Figure out with the pickoff. And yeah, Cyclone Viking on the way. He's against the Stargates. Honestly, this is pretty good. If you Marine Cyclone Viking push, like, you're going to have so many units, and there's going to be so little in comparison for your opponent to really deal with. Steps join up, see the Viking going across the map. Viking and Cyclone together. Nice extra Marines is going to be coming over. And a slow approach toward the top side here for now. As that Viking gather up, the Marines is going to be there. And Depths of the Immortal will come around also, ready to push into this natural. What's up, Mr. Takua? Thank you for the 17-month resub. Hope I have a good day. Thank you so much. Doing well. I'm actually very tired today. I didn't sleep well at all. I woke up early. I was a bit sick, so I'm actually pretty tired today, but ready to battle on through some StarCraft, hopefully. Hopefully nothing too epic today, you know. Doing good. Feeling a bit better than earlier, just now the tiredness is catching up to me a little bit is all. It's all good. It's part about King of the Hill is we just cast whichever game shows up in front of us, you know? Like, just sit back and you challenger arrives, they challenge. Some good fun. The Vikings, the Cyclones immediately putting work in. They got a lot of damage done to these Phoenix. They might not get a kill just yet, but that was a pretty successful starting point, to say the least. This Phoenix now going to go back all the way back to the other side of the map, so it's going to pull straight back over there. Now I've got the first Colossus starting to come through, which should be of no real surprise either. See, Phoenix Colossus has been pretty popular. I could say not too surprised to see that on the way up at the moment. Salvage the bunker. Phoenix are once again going to try and greet this as it moves out. This is 4 Vikings, so we've just been big. I mean, real big on the Viking production, and just again sticking to the anti-air here essentially in these early stages. So, like I say, sticking with that, that seems to be our plan at the moment. I'm just going to pull back now. I mean, Nicorek should be looking to push, right? You've got so many Vikings. He's going to get a couple of medevacs now as well. Bio upgrades are done. Again, the biggest issue at the moment going to be that you're attacking into the you're going to be attacking into the bit more of a defensive setup with the Colossus available. But with this amount of Vikings, there's a good chance you can actually just poke yourself into a great position anyway. He's going to have 1 tank to back him up here. Gets 1 volley off on a Colossus. He's actually going to focus the Colossus. Probably just saying that... Oh, that's a good disruptor shot. I was going to say, he's probably just saying if he gets rid of the Colossus, then the rest doesn't really matter. Like, Phoenix, he can overwhelm the Marines. Well, he actually somehow... I don't know what killed this Colossus from so far away there, but the Colossus falls. Power will chip its way through this Nexus. It will go down, so the 3rd base is dropped. I have to look and see what killed that Colossus. Was it just the tank reaching over and it's just like the animation like blew it back a little bit? Now the Phoenix can lift up and actually go back. I mean, in the end, if we didn't lose so much to the Disruptor, I don't think the Phoenix are ever in good enough numbers in comparison to the Marines to actually be able to do anything here, but honestly, that was a good Disruptor shot to start us off, and it was probably a game-saving one for Jumi, because I think without that, you really are just in a ton of trouble in this entire situation. This Phoenix going to get back around up toward the top. Shouldn't have lost the 3rd. I think you just go soon with the Phoenix. He probably could have done. Problem is now is that Jimmy's just attacking, so he's just going to all in to return on this. It's a nice grab on this pile, and although there's another one here, but it's nice to be trying to shut down the possible kind of reinforcement paths of your opponent. It's still a lot of Phoenix, man, and if you can lift up enough stuff with these Phoenix, there's work to be done. Marauders trying to tank in the front. Obviously need the Marines with damage output in the background. They're going to get rid of a few of the Zealots here. What have we got tech-wise from Nicorakt? Not a lot, just these Marauders and these Marines. Pulling back once again, obviously Benevac putting in overtime to keep them alive. We dive through, we get the Colossus now, Stalker's going down. Jimmy just going to say GG, the Bioforce is good enough. Nicorakt is going to take game number 2 of Jumi's. And so we have once again a new king with the first third of the matches done today. Nicorakt will be king, and we will have another challenger. This time to challenge a Terran player in Nicorakt. All right. We will just be waiting to see who the challenger will be. And as per usual, we get a veto from Nicorakt, a map pick from the challenger. We can kind of go from there. The Viking will went after the Colossus was overlapping the Phoenix. There's just one Viking under the Phoenix. It just, I thought it would have to be. It just felt like it died from so far away, but yeah. Our challenge is chosen. They sign up to play on the day, and then they get picked out by our admin. So there'll be a list of players who are wanting to play. Maybe there's like they're given like a rough time to play within. Like it's like, hey, you're gonna play like between series 5 and 10 or something, and then the admin calls them up and double checks they're here, and bam, that's the next game. That is how we get our challenges. I believe you do need to be an OSC Elite Club member to sign up, though. I believe that's the case. OSC Elite's a very cheap little subscription to OSC, which basically helps to fund some of the prize money, but it means that you have to, then you get benefits such as in some tournaments you get doubled prize money for competing and stuff like this, so yeah. Excuse me. Mojo is the challenge. It's going to be some TVT guys, but Mojo's just taking a 2-minute break, which is why we've not started yet, but we are in the lobby. Sorry guys, I'm going to be a bit boring between the games today just because of, like I say, being a bit more tired than usual. I know sometimes I'm pretty quiet between the games anyways, but today I'm going to be extra quiet between the games. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, Mojo is back, which means we should be able to go in a couple seconds. Thoughts on Zero Space? That's fun. It's fun, it's cool. It's very fun to watch, actually. It's very fun to watch, so... yeah, I've seen of it and stuff. I like a lot. Alrighty, friends. It is time for us to go. In the bottom left-hand corner, the newest challenger is going to be Moja. And in the top right, our Purple Terran, the current king, with a one-map win under his belt today. It is Nicorakt. Alright, SCVs. We'll continue to produce through. Racks and the gas coming about. SCVs on the way. Just going to be seeing the setup getting rolling for a few moments. And we got the orbital coming through. I'm just going to have that coming in on both sides of the map. As we have the SCV scout across. So Mojo looking for some info. Nicorakt as well. Both of them just checking. And they will both see that this is one gas. And hence both are going to be looking for an expansion fairly soon. I'm gonna get those Reapers up. Just gonna see the CCs coming over as well. And a couple of SCVs just gonna wander by. Again, the command center building on this natural from both players. So mirrored build orders for the moment here to start us off in a game number 2 for Nicorakt on the day. Again, this is our 6th series in total. It'll be 15 maps total today, guys. 15 best of ones. As we battle to determine who will be champion, who will be king, and better said, at the end of it all. Well, got the CCs finished. We have got a couple units on the map too. Reapers from Moja. I'm going to push into Reaper and a Marine on defense. They're going to get the CC SCV. Actually could have saved that. Could have jumped the SCV into the command center. There was absolutely time to do so. It's a little bit of a missed opportunity there, unfortunately, which is a little bit sad. Just having those two Reapers still heading down the bottom again. Order coming up, starports on the way through for a second. And we are going to start seeing reacted Hellions from Moja. Nicorakt is going to react to his Hellions as well, so... Starport lands going to get onto that tech lab. Again, CC and the Starport all coming up. A couple SCVs and the Hellions still coming out. The Reapers and the Hellions will join at the front of this natural as well for the moment. We have the single Hellion there, just going to move through, and we have the Raven popping out very shortly. Is it going to be? It's going to be Banshees and Banshee's speed actually on the side of Moja. He's triple CC a little bit earlier than Nicorakt is, so he's not only going to be kind of on the early command save, he's also going to be on the chance to do some big harassing damage. You know, we're going to be seeing the Hellions though in better numbers for Nicorakt at the moment, stepping through. That shot actually went off. The most recent one went off on the mineral line. It could have been great if he'd actually continued to fire, I think, onto the Hellions, because he's obviously going to have a numbers advantage here, and so I think you should be trying to push that as absolute best you can right now. Although, now that we've won this fight, where do we go? Start to build. Start to go after those SCVs. I mean, we have got 4 SCVs killed. We can get a couple more. The Banshee shows up defensively, and having to reveal the Banshee obviously means that you can get some prep in against it as well. That Hellion does not find the 8th SCV that was a shot away, just moments away. So, just about gets away with that one. Well, that Banshee will have, like I say, the higher flight rotors. It's going to have the speed to go across the map with. Nicorakt equal workers here, despite the damage being done. At this point, the units will regather a couple moments then, so we just reset back.
Game pause.
Which actually can ask for a pause. A little bit of lag, unfortunately, so hopefully that's quickly resolved. Get back on track. So yeah, we will have a couple seconds then to try and deal with this. Hopefully, like I say, not too big of an issue, nothing too major for too long. Get this back on track and get sorted out soon. Just see where we go. Nicorakt down a lot of supply at the moment, as the double Banshee is out as well. They're going to start going across, start deal some damage. So kind of important that Nicorakt has a good next few moments. He needs to start making sure he's going to be safe here and not end up in a bunch of trouble. Test. Hopefully, like I say, good to go soon. I'm going to get resumed.
Game resumed.
Like I mentioned, those two Banshees are already beginning to get a move over to the top side. So we are going to see them coming in to try and find some harassment. Get around the right into the main base. A couple of these SCVs will get jumped on. Cyclone and an auto turret, but we're going to kill the Cyclone. Auto turret is going to help with the damage to clean this up. We're going to be able to drop some more auto turrets against this if we want to. Seems to be the choice of defense against this at the moment. I don't hate it, just It's also a little bit, eh. You know, it's a lot of energy you have to use, and then obviously if the Banshee does get away a little bit, then you've got to drop another one, and it adds even more energy, and just one of those scenarios where energy is a good thing to have. There's a reason why having Ravens is so good, but they're only good if you actually have the energy on them to utilize. Two Banshees will get some shots off. Fly back over. Those Vikings coming up as well, so again bringing those out for the moment here. Having the extra couple of workers going down, so again, very good job done at the moment. Back going to start moving out himself. Obviously, doesn't use too much Raven energy, so has a good amount of Raven energy to utilize coming in for this next few moments. Marines, tanks, and company all coming across. Down to the south. Couple hits right there. Tanks firing. Putting some damage in. We are going to see the Vikings putting a few shots on as well. Softening everything up for a couple of moments. Gotta be careful. Medevac fully loaded, but the Vikings are hunting. It is massive air control from Nikarak, from Moja. Nikarak has the 3 Ravens against 0, but he does not have any Vikings, so the air control is there. Obviously, there is an opportunity. If you get really good matrices with the Ravens, your opponent's army is going to be kind of small in terms of what is good for fighting with. Like, it's a very positional-based army. But if you lose access to your tanks and you get overrun, the Vikings are not going to help you much. They're going to have to land. They're not going to do well on the ground against Marauders, so... Was there ever a TVT that ended in a draw because all that was left was a couple of Banshees and flying buildings? Yeah, very probably. It's very common for TV. Well, I say common. In base race and TVT, it's very common. I mean, most matchups, it's very common to try and get a Banshee out, right? So you try and get a Banshee out because like your opponent may not have an answer to the cloak or have anti-air. So, don't be too surprised. I mean, draws are not super common, obviously, but it's impossible as... Don't like this from Nikarak at all. This is very ugly from him. Anti-arm missile was kind of whatever. The auto turrets did not do anywhere near enough. He did not break down enough siege tanks at all either, so through and through, this was not a great time. We killed 12 SCVs, but that feels like it's barely made a dent into the mech player. And yeah, Mojo is already going to be taking a 4th base. Nikarak taking his own 4th. But he just got completely reset, so he's not going to have as much map control or as much kind of going for him here as I think he would have liked. And Philip Reignite coming through, a couple of Vikings and the Libs. Sorry, a couple of Vikings and the tanks coming about. Libs would not be a bad idea, though. There's no anti-air from Nikarak. I mean, he's not even tank heavy. He's going to play pure bio right now and just try and run around the map and overwhelm his opponent. I don't hate it. You see Beyond play like this sometimes. I think Nikarak says, well, I'm definitely behind, but maybe I can play my way back into the game, and he's going to put all of his faith into playing back into this game with this harassment. By unloading, a couple of Vikings coming through. The Vikings landed down. A couple of these medevacs already getting shot at. And that's a defense. It resets a lot of Nikarak's bio army. Did we really kill enough of the mech there to be super happy about this? Eh? So tanks gather up by a force. And a tank going through too. Big scan coming around, still seeing the 3-3 coming up as well. This bio coming back to the right side a little bit, pushing on the left. A couple of those missile turrets begin to go down. We'll see. Moja's going to play nice and defensive here. Playing it slow and steady. And back around to the center. Bio again through to the middle. Medivacs coming across. Big push in from Nicorak. In the bottom right side, tank's just not in position over here. I mean, Nicorak's going to be doing a lot of work with his moving bio army and the mobility of this, but the big question truly stands, which is, does he actually win a fight if Moja can force a fight like across the map? Can he actually be overwhelming enough to truly take out all of these tanks, for example? That is, I think, a very good question. As we are going to try and dive in on a bunch of tanks now from all angles. It's a good split, but the tank units on the top side get obliterated. The Vikings landing just makes sense for a little bit, just tank for the tanks a little while. And again, Nicorak comes running into a fight which he loses out on. And there's going to be a 5th base coming up from Mojo, I think, now. And if you get that 5th base up, the economy continues to boom. I think this economy is going to be in more than a good enough position to continue through on this. Overall, as the Vikings are there, the Medivacs take some shots. Couple more hits, just going to see those Medivacs pulling a bit further away. Command drops down, begins to morph into a planetary fortress, so again establishing this 5th base. I mean, this feels like the moment where you should have a ton of bio to the left side as well, no? And drop an order turret in. We're a little slow to have the tanks sieging here, so they were not ready, and that's going to be a big part of this problem. And we're still going to hold, it's just going to cost you quite a lot of units. All of your tanks going down. If they were already pre-sieged, I don't think we get anywhere. I mean, maybe we don't even run in, honestly, if these things were already pre-sieged. Because then it's a very different situation from the very beginning. Again, SCVs go down, but Mojo just doesn't care. His economy is way up, and Nicorak needs a lot more than what he's doing with this so far. He's going to try and get a fusion core. He's starting to build ship weapons, so kind of wondering when Nicorak is going to take it. Coming around on this right side. Again, a few commanders coming in from Moja. Vikings, tanks, and the Raven coming through from him as well. All of a sudden you can see as soon as he got one base, he's now going to start taking a lot of the bases. And obviously with this amount of bases available to you, it's going to, like I say, it's going to be a little bit difficult to play defense because the bio in theory can go all over the place on you, but guess we shall see what happens next as we continue on through. You see this Bioforce going to come striking and knocking down those rocks. Again, the air control from Roger is still very good, so there's a lot of units here stepping through the Vikings. Very nearly getting a medevac, not quite. Another 6 command centers in production, not that Nicorak is not doing similar. He's getting the weapon refit upgrade, so he's getting your Yamato cannons available. This is not a game you want to be building battle cruisers in, though. The army just gets absolutely crushed here. Like, I can understand like long-term wanting battle cruisers, but like right now you don't have the upgrades for them. You don't have the air control for them, although maybe that's what we're eventually going to get because he is building 8 Vikings at once, so maybe it ain't that crazy. Maybe it ain't quite as crazy as it seems. We've seen the Vikings though putting some work in. This is the perfect time to attack if you're trying to transition right now as Nicorak attacking in this moment as Moja is just going to put so much pressure onto the Bioterran. We're in a moment where, like I say, a lot of the investment is going into getting set up more than anything else as well. More Vikings continue to come through for a couple seconds, put that pressure in still. And tank's still stepping forward, further forward as well, so again bringing this just a little closer. We lose a base on this right hand side. We are already over 187 supply here from Moja and Nicorect at 145. It has definitely become a day of kings that don't get to stick around too long. It's definitely become a day of games that do not get to stick around too long. Or kings that don't get to stick around too long. Beaten up at the moment on this. Vikings and Nicorect actually going to go over. So he does actually end up with air control, funnily enough. And we actually have some Thors added on from Moja now as well. Go back and forth. A couple more of those Vikings still getting shot down. The siege tanks are going to step their way through. This that turret putting some more damage in as well. I mean, as long as you have a good amount of tanks sieged up, this army of Nicorect should never really be making all that much progress, right? So tough to do much else. So difficult to do much else. Again, a couple of scans keep on coming into place. You're going to see there's a couple of tanks firing. Bio Army already taking some shots. Going to swarm in from two angles. Even when it's a good fight for Nicorect, I'm just like, eh. Resources lost 32.7 to 26k. He's going to deny this base though, so that fight kind of leads on to something extra. Ravens a big priority currently for Moja in the reproduction tab, so bringing a lot of those Ravens back online. I'm going to push an orbital back over that right hand side. On the left side, I'm not going to get too far forward either just yet. Bio Medevac's gathering around. Those three Medevacs are absolutely looking to try and get some drops in. I mean, again, Nicoract's going to be maxed. He's just got so much work he still needs to do, it feels like, though. Dropping straight by over on that bottom side, just going to get repositioned into that main base. I mean, this is nice. Also shoving in at the front. Is it enough? We've actually forced a lot of Thors out of your opponents, so there's not as many tanks as there once was. This is a better supply fight for Nicorect. He actually does knock his opponent away a little bit. Nicorect has really been leaning heavily on the concept of it doesn't matter if he loses a bunch of fights as long as he can rebuild and eventually take another one without his opponent truly coming to kill him. And that has been kind of true. And this time, Moja's not bouncing back up in terms of the supply either, so definitely ended up in a worse place. Marines, Medevacs, Vikings. Yeah, they're just going to see a couple scans on the bottom side as well. Going to be moving. A few SUVs going down. You know, going to have the Hellions. Quick wolfing into Hellbats over there, so they're going to be deadly, and actually going to unmorph to chase a little bit, force the Vikings to land. Good harass from Moja, hit Nicoract's economy, and showing that he's not the only guy that can be under pressure over the course of this game. fight again. Just another trade where you are sat holding on and just hoping that it's going to be enough. As the mech player, and kind of hoping that it's going to be enough damage done as the bio player too. Again, Moja just wants to deny this location, wants to make sure Nicorach does not. You can't let him mine from your side of the map. Still a 7k resource loss difference. If this goes on as it has done already, eventually this becomes a a battle of efficiency. You can't let your opponent take any of your resources. So far it's been Moja's favor. I might shift because we're building battle cruisers as Nicorach. He's going to go for the tech switch now. Drop the auto turrets down to try and fight this. We did have a couple of the BC show up here, and with those showing up, it's actually going to be good to push this back a little bit. The air control shift in Nicorach's favor, not just with Vikings, but now with the BCs as well, is allowing him to turn this game. Yamato down 2 of those tanks, and this air switch is seeing success. Should the Ravens have dropped the auto turrets here? Probably had to. I was thinking maybe you interference matrix the BCs, but at the same time, you need the auto turrets to help deal damage to the Vikings as well. Maybe we still sort of just matrix the BCs though. Problem is, like I say, Moja's being caught with the wrong army multiple times over. Before he had no tanks, and now he had not really enough Thors. A couple tanks are not doing much anymore. The switching from Nicorach is actually hitting wonders so far, and he is absolutely showing his prowess in the later stage of this game here. He's been playing a pretty miserable setup for himself throughout this for a long time. He's been able to keep himself afloat, and like I say, when he's kept himself afloat, he's kept himself in with a chance of, keeping on making things work. That's definitely been the case a lot of times over here. As the Vikings lift back into the skies, the tanks recollect back to the middle of the map. Plus 3 vehicle weapons still coming up. Another few scans are going to come down. Going to see the BC showing up into the bottom right corner as well. On the top, just going to be seeing these tanks showing up. Just going to get sieged. Bunch of the bio looking as though it might be making some moves in. Very committed from Moji. He's just full sending this. The BCs teleport back. There is never enough anti-air to deal with this. We land the Vikings. Okay, sure, we land the Vikings. Not really necessary. I guess they helped speed up some of the defense, and maybe they got rid of some of the anti-air. I just didn't think there was enough anti-air for it to really matter. Not enough to be justifying like a land. GG well played, Nicorach. That was GG well played. Bringing himself back in position over a decent period there. GG well played. GG well played. Damn, that was definitely something. Alright, we'll run some ads and see who the next challenger will be. It's going to be Nicorach, who retained his crown. Just about. Like I say, it was not easy, and a lot of points felt pretty rough for him. Why land them? Style points? Yeah, I mean, in a way, in theory, if he lands the Vikings and kills every bit of anti-air on the ground, then the BCs always clean up. My fear was that happens, but then what actually happens is that you clean up the ground, but then the Vikings of your opponent relifted or something and were able to do a lot. That was my slight concern, I suppose, but obviously it shouldn't have been a concern because it wasn't really a thing in the end. Wasn't really a thing in the end. Did I just miss a donation or something pop up? No, I'm imagining things. Cool. Thought I saw something on the out the corner of my eye on the screen, but it was apparently not a thing. Apparently not a thing, like I said, I'm just seeing stuff. I'm just seeing stuff. Wait, why does my Interesting. My super stream just stopped. I don't really know why. It is going to be Arrow Fire coming in as the challenger, guys. Halafor, thank you for the 56-month resub. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, not for sure what happened there. Like I say, I was streaming on Soup today, guys, because there is an upcoming series of events that is super exclusive, unless, well, basically for the weekly portion of it. So there's going to be like 4 weekly cups into monthly finals, and we're allowed to cast the weeklies, but only if we stream on Soup. If we stream on Soup, we can also stream on Twitch and stuff. Unfortunately, for the monthly final, it's Soup only, but that's better than it was, because originally it was... yeah, originally it was not allowed to cast anywhere but Soup, so at least we got the weekly aspect of it allowed on Twitch. So that's nice. So that's a thing. So yeah. Arcfire versus Nicorak as we get ready to go. There's a probe coming across the map as we get to moving. Heading down to the bottom corner. Just going to knock heads with the SCV there for a second. And do Sirius just a bump for the moment. Alright, Nexus goes down onto the natural, get that in position. Nexus Cybercore coming through, got that orbital, and the Reaper continue to build up as well. Just gonna have that Cybercore wrapping soon. I see this probe is gonna head down to the bottom side to see what else is going on. Been fun to watch Arrow Fire lately. He's been a entertaining player. As Reaper shows up to be a bit aggressive. Stalker's a few moments away. Gonna have to probe micro for a little bit. Do you get it? So one probe goes down. This Reaper is going to escape. Not a bad little starting point. Yeah, Reaper just gets out of there. We will have the movement for a few moments. Gonna get in for another probe. Oh, great grenade! It was spot on. It's exactly what it needed to be. And we find ourselves a instant getaway after that second probe kill. That's amazing for the Reaper. Great job early. Yeah, that was very, very well done. Hellion, a couple of Marines still coming through. Stalker and the Warp Gate coming up as well. Again, a couple of devs just going to go moving about here and there. It's going to be seeing if they can do much. But the answer is no so far. The dev going to try and move up toward the top side. Couple of depots going to move out the way. Again, blinking the warp gate still coming into place for the moment. Good thing about the Reaper and the Hellion is they can just go across the map and have a bit of a look-see as to what's going on. And that Reaper Hellion coming through, just going to see the Banshee, a couple of Marines, and that Cloaking coming about. Going to pull over to the side with that Reaper at the moment here. And the Hellion up to the top. So again, moving that around for a couple of seconds. Trying to see what's up. Trying to see what's going on. Just initially. Prism coming through, that Stalker producing. Again, a few Stalkers gather up. Just going to have the blink. He's going to complete. StarCraft will have this to aid him as the Prism is going to pop very shortly as well. So we'll have this pressure going very, very soon. Get this on the way. Get ready to go. A couple Stalkers going to get there, get some shots off. A couple batteries coming about as well. The Stalkers still gather. Now losing probes on the other side though. Cloak Banshee shows up. Battery drained of energy. So his Banshee is actually getting a lot done. 6 workers down. What will the Stalkers achieve? Straight in for the Siege Tank. Does see the Siege Tank get a second shot. That's kind of a big deal because those Stalkers that got hit are then going to be much lower and have to evacuate a lot sooner. Cloak Banshee actually adding a lot of damage into this right now. We actually are still losing a lot of these Stalkers. Some good micro toward the end as we have dealt with the Banshee on the other side. Tries to go over to the right side, and there's a tank in the main base. The shots are good. As we deny this, and we push this back once again at the moment. Hellion up around the top. At present, trying to find more, but there's so much bio positioned around at the moment. Don't think anything else is going to happen. And see the Stalkers coming back over. And we still have them obviously poking to try and do more. Nicorac's army is looking powerful though. 52 to 24 army supply. He might have a chance to go soon. But shots coming over again. Charges just about halfway. The Stalkers in the Prism move up to the top. Fire is on the push. Hellion to the top side against DC's about to be done from Nicoract. More SCVs, the Medevac, Marines, and Marauders all popping. Oh no, the Prism goes down. Oh, that's like, and a Stalker outside of it as well. It's like -10 supply right there. That's going to be... Alright, I just don't know if you hold at this point. The only benefit is these Marines have already stimmed, so stimming again is going to put them low. It's going to work the tanks. Patient from Nicoract, not going to quite dive straight into it. Going to kill off that Nexus. Island falls, a couple probes are still dropping. Zealots trying to chase on forward. The Bio still stepping back and away. The Immortal and the Zealots going to get on top of these tanks in the end. Obviously, the third base is gone. How much do we kill here? We're going to kill the Zealots. If we kill the Zealots and reinforcements just arrived, then the Marauders, I was going to say, should concussive shell that Immortal, but we don't have concussive shell. Well, even then, it doesn't really matter. We probably still just keep chasing through. The force field's not going to buy you much time. You can stay at the frontier if you want and just kill the Robo Facility. As you're going to get this game. Arcfire going to get to 3-map win streak. Again, the king of the hill. So Arcfire will not be able to make an impact. And Nicoract will be king. Going into the halfway point, match 8. We've got 15 maps total. We've had 7 before the 8th map. There'll be 7 after this map. This is the halfway point of the king of the hill. Coming up in just a few. Alright, we'll take a second, guys. See who our next challenger is. Oh, we're swapping server. We are swapping server to NA. It's Beyond time, so it's going to be Beyond against Nicorak coming up next. Alright, we are just, we're gonna get the map picked out, get this ready to go. Beyond Nicorak TVT next on the list. I guess I'll run ads, just because TVT has that tendency to go long. Please show Nicorak's base and build too. I mean, you can always follow the build through the production tab and the base. There's not a lot going on in the base. Like, once the stalker's on the map, I'm not going to go and look at a base, you know? Typically speaking. Unless it's the one that's under attack. Alright, waiting for Nicorak to hop onto NA as well, guys, so just taking a few moments. Bum 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 bada bum. So you guys just waiting for Nicorak. Oh. Apparently Nicorak has to go. So apparently Nicorak is gonna give up his title. Just like that. And we're gonna get the next player to play against Beyond. So it'll be Beyond versus Nightmare apparently that we're actually gonna cast. Out of nowhere. I was gonna ask if I was gonna ask does that count as like Beyond winning a map essentially? But apparently not, which I think makes sense given the format of the event, so. Alright. It is gonna be rainfall coming through here in a second. Get this TVP ready to go then. So, there's still going to be map 8, guys. Just Nicorak has decided to give up his spot. And it will be Nightmare to take on Beyond. So, Beyond kind of the king. And then Nightmare the challenger. But no one will have won a map. So, there we go. Alright, let's dive into Rainfall. Let's dive on through. So, Beyond versus Nightmare TVP. Heating up a little bit here for map 8 in the King of the Hill. Top left-hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be Nightmare. Takes on Bjorn, who is the king that did not win a map. It's like a stolen crown almost. Alright, let's see who will get to start their streak then here on map 8, and then obviously we'll go from there. Still 7 more maps after this map, guys. This one included. There'll be 8 games still left to be played today in OSC King of the Hill action. Thank you for joining us, and yeah, sit back, relax, enjoy some more SC2s. Appreciate you guys. And Bjorn in that bottom right. In the upper left, and he's going to be the first onto the map with the probe. Have this probe coming over, just gonna have that Rax coming up. Engineering Bay block on the other side, so Bjorn is being annoying. The Engineering Bay coming down, so he's gonna force Nightmare into an odd locationed expansion. Bjorn has been a pretty effective TVPer lately. He's been getting some big wins in on the matchup. Patch definitely feels good for Bjorn, someone who likes to total up sometimes. The CC cost helps with that. Also a player who's very good in that early game and kind of tight timing windows, and so early CC cost helps with that. I feel like obviously early CC cost helps all the Terran players, but realistically I do think Bjorn is someone who looks at it and says like, wow, I'm actually really happy with this, you know. Like as far as changes go, this is definitely not bad for me. Definitely not bad for me at all. As he comes about, just going to see the Rax Command Center and a company coming through for a couple of moments. Complete on the map is just the Reaper that is setting a little ways at the moment. Next is the extra barracks all coming through, so again bringing that into place just for the moment as well. And that all set up. Ready to rumble here as the Stalker and the Wall Gate come over as well. Reaper gets pushed back, Stalker going to be there, Reaper is going to get turned around. And there's a couple of gates. The Stalker and the Wall Gate continue to come through. And again, the extra probes will be producing. Reaper joins up for a second and is going to stay on the map. However, there are units moving across, including a probe that can set up a pylon. Going to the third gateway and no tech choice. So we're seeing some of this gateway-based pressure a lot more. It does make a good amount of sense, right? You're playing, you know, a lot more units off of the gateways initially. And then you can turn that into like warp gate pressure much more easily as well. So that said, there's going to be a good amount of bios. I don't think we're going to find ourselves with an overwhelming amount of gate units. Especially these Stalkers have to get across the map again. And Bjorn's likely going to see them here with the Reaper. No, he misses them. Oh, turns. Now he sees them. So Bjorn knows these units are moving across the map. No bunker on the low ground. Like right now, Bjorn is struggling a little bit, but a couple of Marauders should go a long way to help out as well. Turns back around for a second, just going to be seeing hits into that Adept, although the Adept will get the kill. The Marine's trying to catch some of these Stalkers aggressively right from the start. Stalkers keep shoving. Just going to get rid of a couple of those Marines all going down. The Stalker's going to poke once more. He's going to be having his bio still playing. A couple more of these Stalkers continue to drop. So he's going to be pulling in. Marauder already taking some damage as well. Now this is going to be, I mean, at least we got the bunker up. Gun gave up a lot of units and trying to push this back aggressively at first. Because of shells is about to be done. The few adepts are going to threaten the shapes. I don't think they ever commit to this. The double, well, it was double bunker. Now the single bunker. Still just single bunker seems fairly decent. As the Dark Shrine, the Nexus, and the Charge continue to come through. A couple of the adepts will continue to come about. And the Stalkers and the adepts come back around once more here. The big issue with this long term is obviously the lack of tech on the follow-up. We're going Charge, but we're not going to have that many Zealots. We're also getting a Dark Shrine up. DTs have actually been very popular recently. It's been interesting to see such a big switch in that regard. Dep's trying to shade bio gathering together. Once this bioarmy gets a bit larger, you can really see the power of it start to come through in a lot of these situations, and you see the power of it definitely adding up a little bit right now. And this bio actually, I mean, how far across the map do we want to go? Do we have medevacs? No. So, not really a great moment. This Bioforce is actually going to start pulling back a little bit, so not going to go fully across the map just yet. Just going to sit tight for a moment or two. I will come across and get the nice scan, picks off the observer. There is, sorry, off the first DT. He's going to look for a scan on the second DT, but doesn't have it just yet. Missile turret not ready. DT's definitely starting to cause a couple of issues here. Rework is going down. SCV's being pulled. We're about to get the turret on the low ground at least, which should help us a fair bit. And we do have the scan as well, just to help speed that process up. So, beyond now having defended against the Dark Templar, having pushed that back, we reset a little bit. Robert coming around, Blink, and a couple Zealots. This is a big army from Bjorn, though, actually getting across the map. And this is where, again, we ask, is the tech enough here from Nightmare? Because, again, what has he built in this game? Well, he's built DTs and he's built Charge, and the Zealot count is very high, to be fair. But it's only really the Zealot. The rest of the tech is non-existent, but we are going to come in from both sides. Nightmare currently with enough to show up and to jump on this and to pounce. Bjorn trying to back away, one of the best performing King of the Hill players in OSC history. He's a little bit on the ropes. At the same time, I think his army is a little bit better. Like, it's weird, like he's outnumbered, but his army is maybe just better enough and obviously able to kite that he can find the value he needs so far. Another stim in, a couple of those Zealots, those Stalkers getting pushed away here as well. Just having this Zealot force still trying to chase in, Bioforce still stepping back. Nothing else going on the map. Bjorn is taking a third CC behind this. It's just about to finish building, so you can put that in position pretty much straight away while he continues to own map control. So that should be the next step from Bjorn. I'm going to trade once again, continue to shoot here. A bunch of these Zealots and these Stalkers continue to go down. A couple of Woodmine shots are going to get off toward those Zealots as well. We continue to kite backward. Stalkers in trouble once more. Again, we keep on fighting. Stalkers get pushed back the other side. Again, +1 attack. Thermal Lance coming through. Additional Zealots will continue to produce. Bio Army gets back down to the bottom side. Looking good. Fire pulls away to the south. I'm just going to see again the Armory coming up. The Orbital Command about finished. A couple of Marauders are coming into play as well. Zealots come charging straight through. The Thermal Land's going to be there. Wouldn't mind shots going to be nice onto a bunch of those Zealots. They're going to get hurt pretty heavily, pretty quickly. Try and push back the other way. Bjorn's still holding on to this, but not super pretty. Nightmare able to take the 4th base behind all of this as well at the moment. So getting that 4th up and running, a big part of this scenario coming into play right now as well. So continue to get that up and rolling there. A couple more Widow Mines will be burrowed up soon. Okay, it could make a difference as well, perhaps. We shall see. And go back and forth once again here at the moment. Chunky units just sitting at the front there. Just going to see the Widow Mines. Going to get in toward this. Bunch of those Zealots and Stalkers getting turned the other way. And Factory Gatherers, Bio Ghost Force joining up as well. At this point, Bjorn kind of needs to, just take a couple more good fights. Like, he's actually done a good job of surviving long. He is going to have himself the few Vikings on the way to help deal with these Colossus that are now coming online. He's already got the Ghost up as well. So, like, we're really getting to a much better position for Bjorn. Like, this is not going to be as rough as it maybe initially seemed. I mean, it was rough, but he's done a good job of turning it around. He had to deal with some harassing the main base, sorry, as 9 SCVs did go down. So, a little bit of success there on the side of our Protoss player. Nightmare seeing some opportunity, getting some workers. That should help, because it obviously means Bjorn should be kind of moving around against that as well. And actually having to stop and deal with it. Going back over to the left side one more time. A couple of additional Zealots continue to build through. Battery on the way. Robot facility coming up. A few Zealots go walking around at the right as well. There you go. Bit of a journey. We just gather around at the moment again. Extra Zealots coming through the Robo Facility building. So, and Stalker Force is going to reset down. I have a couple of Zealots on the right side. That's what Nightmare's moving around with. Everything else poised on the left at this current point. The Bio's going to come down to the bottom. Vikings, the Bio, and the Ghost gathering up. A couple of those Bios units shooting away, taking the pylon down with them just for the moment as well. So also knocking away at that for a couple of moments as we come back around once more. Vikings, Medevac still gathering up at the moment. Just sitting there. He wants this Protoss player to attack into him. If anything's going to happen, he wants it to be on his terms, essentially. So he would like it to be kind of more so in this direction. That Stalker trying to find its way through. That EMP does not land on anything. Behind it all, 5th base is up from Nightmare. And he's going to see another few units moving around the left-hand side. Looking to try and get a bit of a swing in, maybe, on this position or so. Trying to figure out what we can do. A couple Vikings going to go back the other way. A few more shots off right now. Again, there's going to be the Sensor Tower coming up as well. Bio, Vikings, all chasing across just at the moment here. So again, going straight over the other side. And again, this army going to get pushed away. Just going to see +3 attack coming through. Again, the Shadow Stride, a couple extra gateways. Zealot Stalker going to push straight down, and the Refinery, the Orbital taking some damage. Bio Viking ready to come chasing across. Colossus is going to take some big damage very quickly. Zealots getting EMP'd. Getting kind of cleaned up quickly as well. A bunch of these Colossus continue to go down. The Ghosts able to EMP once again to soften up the last couple Colossus that remain. And the Bio is going to surge on through this, storming over. Everything gets cleaned up for Nightmare apart from a handful of Stalkers. That's a big reset on the side of the Protoss play. Now, he does have double Robos. He can rebuild Colossus. However, he was just recently, I think, getting ready to build up into the... he's got Shadow Strike coming in, so he's about to start building a lot of DTs. You're not going to be able to do a lot with a lot of DTs in this circumstance, though, because now you can't afford to warp in the DTs. Your money has to go back into the Colossus. You're only a 5-gas Protoss. You're not super gas rich, so yeah, you cannot really do what you were originally intending to do here. And that is going to become a big part of the problem in this game, it would seem. Army coming over for now. It's going to be moving around once again. Just going to see those first few Zealots are going to come straight through. Going across once more, just going to reposition for a couple of moments. Minus 7 SCVs, this Protoss Army going to loop around once again. At least we've been able to rebuild as Nightmare. Like I say, I had to slow it down, had to take it easy for a couple moments, but we show up right now. A couple Liberators going to be getting in position. Starting to come across already. Once again, just going to be a one fight from Beyond. He knocks everything down. The Zealot's just melting. Only +1 armor on those Zealots against +3 attack of the Bioforce is kind of a big deal. That Viking lands. I'm just looking at this freaking Colossus getting away on super low HP, just about surviving. His Nightmare, by the way, also a 6 base in the top right of the map, coming into play right there, also at the moment. Colossus keep moving. A couple of Zealots are going to linger around. Extra Vikings on the way up as well. And a couple of Zealots just going to wander across. Just going to try and see what else we can do. It's coming in here and there. Again, Colossus, Marine, Marauder, Ghost all producing this army. Moving up to the top. Again, the Colossus Zealots, the Stalkers poised over on that left-hand side already. Having our Bio Ghost Force gathering back across once again here as it is maxed out from Bjorn. Again, he just keeps winning fights. And Nightmare has the bases, but he's not super rich, right? Like 69 workers, nice, is actually could have been a lot better. Especially considering he's been losing his army repeatedly. The work count definitely feels as though it could have been a bit higher across the course of this than what it has actually been. Colossus is going to laser beam in. A few Vikings are going to return some shots there immediately. There's a couple Colossus now that are very low, and another one in the back already getting taken down immediately. Not ideal. The Vikings just sit there and do their thing, man. Even if the Stalkers fighting back on them, they are getting rid of more than enough Colossus to make this whole thing worthwhile. Absolutely getting the job done. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. While we pull back over, just going to be seen again. The rest of this force regathers for a moment or so. Gun with a 5-base setup of his own right here. About 2 minutes into this game. He's going to be stepping up. I can't believe Nightmare has not started +2 armor at any point during this. Like, the Zealots are melting because of the lack of upgrades. I'm absolutely shocked that that has been a... that's not been kind of utilized further, I suppose, realistically. We're going to push in once more. It's going to have another little bit of movement here. Right now. The Viking shots coming through, a few hits coming into play already. It's going to have the Bioforce going to keep being there, and again the Stalkers getting pushed back at the moment as well. Colossus is also taking a lot of damage. Bio going to stim over to the right hand side. I mean, every fight that's happening, Bjorn is just continuing to win in. Now the Colossus have 0 anti-air protection, so the Vikings will kill them off as they finally get one single laser beam out. Buff that Colossus damage all you like. It ain't gonna matter if you only fire one laser beam. I mean, Bjorn has won fight after fight, so it's not surprising that Nightmare is going to struggle for another fight here, essentially. But I guess it's not surprising, but that's still kind of, I guess, what happens. DTs are going to show up and just going to push this Bioforce away. The Vikings running, the Medivacs pulling back with this. A couple more of those Zealots go down. We're going to turn around the left side, snipe onto a couple of Zealots. The DTs are going to blink, but we already have the scan. It's a desperation move from Nightmare, who just says, I got to do something with what I've got. GG's. Bjorn is going to take the King and the Crown ship properly now as he gets himself up to a 1-0 on the day. And we will enter the second half now of this OSC King of the Hill with Bjorn as the current king with 7 maps to play. You know, Bjorn maybe didn't take his opportunities quickly. I don't think Nightmare really took his opportunities properly either. I think there was points in this game where Nightmare had really good supply and was in a pretty good position. And like I say, just did not really take advantage of that in the slightest. So, yeah, not ideal. Alright, we will take a second or so, guys, figure out what the next, or who the next opponent will be. It's going to be Mixu on NA, so some TVZ for Bjorn coming up, unless Mixu throws a curveball and plays Terran again. I don't think he's going to do that. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, we are on NA, just waiting for Mixu and Bjorn to figure out the map situation. We'll get into this next one, guys. I wonder if Mixu might get very aggressive or not. Submarine, alrighty. We're getting going. Just a second, guys. Boom, 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 boom. Mixu and Bjorn just waiting for one more caster to join the lobby, and we should be good to go, my friends. Kicking this off in just a couple of moments, it would seem. Awesome. Let's dive into Submarine. Map brought back into the old map, brought back in from the old map pool. Kind of funny that Mixu picks this map as the challenger, because this was always seen as a very good Terran map because of the size. It's small, but maybe that means that Mixu is going to get very aggressive as well. It would definitely build into that concept or idea. So let's see what we get. Bottom right-hand corner, blue Zerg player here is going to be Mixu, taking on the red Terran. In the top left from the Shopify Rebellion, this is Bjorn. Let's see if Mixu can get some wins then. Had a good run the other day. Beat Cham while playing Terran against Cham Zerg. And then beat Christiana as well. Who did Mixu lose to the other day in King of the Hill? Was it Bjorn? I want to say no. Bjorn lost quickly, right? to Kua, Korean Tyrant player. Yeah, the Bjorn beat Kua in an epic game, but then lost to Arrowfire after. All right. Slow watching this Overlord. I mean, there's going to be 2 Reactor Reaper from Bjorn, 2 barracks on the low ground just initially. Second barracks will finish. A couple of Reapers then on the way out just to start us off. Underway. Get this starting initially. A couple of Reapers will pop, head themselves across, get themselves building. This Reaper from Bjorn heading across the map right now for a couple of moments. Reaper just going to be hitting this drone or two, going to be taking some damage as well. Can we actually get a kill there? Super low on that drone. We should be able to get it as it pops out, but it became a spore. He actually did not wait for it to pop out, which I think he could have actually done to make his life a little bit easier there. Going to see the couple of Reapers kind of come back across, so again, trying to see what we can get up to. Couple moments, those Reapers coming around at the moment, and they're gonna put some pressure on the Queen, already taking some damage, taking a few shots just initially, and get pushed away for a couple of moments, and the factory is about halfway done. The CC is going to be finishing shortly. The Rotron comes up in the background from Mixius. There it is. Kind of expecting a Rotron at some point. Reapers gather, a couple Queens are going to step over. We'll just chilling, a couple Queens gather up. Ling's going to come about, getting a couple creep demons is going to spread forward. Ling's going to get on the move. Ling Roach coming up. Yeah, those Lings there. Reapers and the Marines going to be nearby. Ling's get turned around already. Not going to see too much success as Marines stimp back Banshee coming up. They're reacting a couple of SCVs. Need to build as well. I'm going to get the Lings and the Overlords around as the Roaches are going to be here, so it's attack time for Mixer. I mean, it feels like a very good setup for Beyond to deal with this. He has Reapers and Marines to help against the Lings. He's about to have a Banshee against the Roaches. He doesn't have a bunker. I don't even know if he really needs it, to be honest. Like, yeah, you're going to lose Stim. That was kind of a given with the spawn locations. I mean, this Banshee's going to pop. It starts targeting down Ravages, and what you do as Mixer, you kind of just have to send it, no? Oh, the Depot Nelly goes down, but we do hold it. Corrosive Biles, not going to be enough if the Lings had to back away. Oh, wow, Bjorn held it for a long time, and now the Lings are going to get through, but there's so many Marines available. These Marines have been building the whole time. Now that is a defense, and Mixu is still farming Lings, which means that this is over. There's no way that you can deal with this right now. As Mixu kind of going on from there, because A, there's going to be Banshees harassing you, B, you just spent so many resources in getting this done. None of that was ideal at all. None of that was ideal at all. we will take a couple of moments, guys. Just see who our next player is going to be. Christiana just came online, so it might be a Christiana Bjorn matchup. We'll see. We will see. Boom, 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 boom. Christiana is going to start setting this up, getting us in. It's going to be rainfall. Alright, Bjorn Christiana on rainfall coming up here in just a second. It's going to take a couple minutes waiting for our other caster to join us, and we'll get back on track. Do-do-do, do-do. Bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Terran getting a third before Zerg. I mean, yep, if Terran goes fast 3cc and the Zerg goes, you know, 2 base all in, that is going to happen. Whether the command centers cost 300 minerals or not, you know. That is going to happen. Just checking a couple things. All right, let's jump in. Bjorn versus Christiana. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the new challenger then, Christiana, the red Protoss player here for this map. And as in the top left-hand side, it is going to be the blue Terran player, Bjorn. All right, game number 3 for Bjorn then. Can he keep this streak alive as we work our way through? Refinery comes down. Just gonna see that barracks coming up. We do have the SCV scout from Bjorn going across the map initially. As SCV gets right down the bottom, probe steps to the natural to find the engineering bay coming in. You see this super early. So you see this early enough that you can obviously pull a couple probes down and try and deal with this. You get after a couple of those SCVs. Get after that SCV with a couple of probes, and you just don't let too much HP come onto this engineering bay. Engineering bay will continue to tick along at the moment. Oh, probe got across and killed that SCV. As the orbital command from Bjorn comes up, Cybercore comes down from Christiana, and a few probes will stay on the surround for a couple of moments. Get the engineer bay killed just like that. Reaper and orbital both coming through, now having the Cybercore about halfway done as well. Next coming up, again Reaper on its way. Just gonna have our Nexus on that pylon in the front getting into position as well. Cold Rose is popping. There's the Adept Chrono Boosting also. I'm just going to be bringing that over in the next few moments. Follow this Adept. There's the Reaper on the map as well. Also sitting out over here. Adept's gonna hit. Reaper takes some shots. Pop back down. Adept's gonna be there. Reaper backs away. Adept is going to be shading and gets past that Reaper, so Reaper's still going to be on the map. Let's see if the Adept can put some pressure on to the other side. Take a few moments. Adept will shade again. Just going to be seeing that stim pack coming up. Marine's still building. A couple other Marines coming through. Ooh, Marine's actually going to be around the corner. And that Adept gets caught, getting a bit greedy, presuming the Marines are going to be on the high ground, but they were not. So goodbye, Adept. We get a couple shots on the Marines, but that's it. Nice little trickery from Bjorn, hiding those Marines away until a few moments after the fact. Very cool indeed. Reaper continues to come out back down to the bottom side. Just going to pull back over here. And Robo Facility Forge both coming up. That battery on the way on the natural. Blink is building. Still got the Stimpaks very far along right now from Bjorn, over halfway. Combat Shield starting as well. Marauder continue to produce. And just have the Reaper of Bjorn moving back around into the bottom right. Can try and see what else is happening. Up, we hop down. Stalker pushing the Reaper all around. Again, Combat Shield and the Stim both continue to produce. A couple of Marauders and Marines will be out on the way out. And we have got a good amount of units with the upgrades finishing soon. Supply block is not great for Christiana. Any slowdown on his setup right now is not ideal. He cancels the Immortal to build 2 more Stalkers. Oh gosh. He has 10 army supply against 30, and the SCVs are being pulled. Blink is going to be done soon, but not very soon. I mean, it is kind of very soon, but it's not like soon enough to start poking away at these units before they arrive. You're going to be able to blink back a little bit defensively. We're building a second pylon, but not a second battery. If we just stim and go, I just don't see how Christiana ever buys himself enough time here. We're going to have to pull some probes to help survive this. What does Bjorn want to do? I was going to say, like, do we want to, like, turn and just fight this Robo Facility? Do you want to deny anything coming out of this? Are we okay with that Robo Facility, you know, producing out an Immortal? And the Immortal's going to spawn right into these units. He turns straight onto it. Maybe he doesn't mind the Immortal being built because then it's an easy kill and it's guaranteed, you know, going to cost your opponent something. 15 probes going down already. Going to lose another pylon at the front. Christiana's supply is already in a ton of trouble. Bjorn looking for his 3rd win in a row here. The depowered battery going down. Bjorn has to be careful. He stims again. These units are going to be super low. Some of them, 1 or 2, can't even stim. They've already stimmed too much. Well, healthy Marauders arrive back. I mean, he's starting to kill the natural. You have to fight this as Christiana. You cannot let the natural go down. It's pretty doomed already. If the natural goes down, there's almost zero hope you ever come back in the game. At least if the natural stays alive, there's like a, you know, a mild chance that Bjorn messes up further down the line or something goes wrong. Stim. It was a good time to stim because we commit as Christiana. Bjorn recognized the timing His opponent was going to send it. We're just going to go for probes. Just going to go for probes. Or stalkers. If the stalkers blink forward and they can't blink away, then, you know, basically guaranteeing the damage onto each of them at that point. The sentry will go down. It's a good catch as well. We still have blink on a few of these stalkers. No concussive shells. Could have had concussive shells at some point here, maybe, as Bjorn would have been nice. The next is going to go down. Bjorn finishes it off as he target down a few more stalkers along the way. And that is pretty much going to seal the deal on this one. Christiana is in a ton of trouble. 8 army against the 18, down 6 workers. No natural, has to spend money rebuilding that. Aurora is going to stim it up. Aurora is going to be there, helping us out. Concussive shells on the way now as well. It's just going to be nice to help grab some of those stalkers, force them to blink a little bit sooner, and so on and so forth. We're going to get there. A couple of stalkers still taking some hits. Let's do attack. Just the Nexus coming along. Bjorn does not necessarily need a full sended. Christiana does have an attack upgrade lead, and he's actually going to start working on his +2 as well to try and take an advantage in a couple of different places. Stalker's pulling back, bit more damage done. +2 building on the forge in the main base. Still going to try and push. Bio fighting back. We sim into this natural. Sentry pops the Guardian Shield. Well, these stalkers taking damage. That sentry going to go down. The rest of these stalkers taking damage as well. Tons of damage being done. Even if you clean up as Christiana, it's come at an insane price. I'm surprised we weren't targeting down that other stalker. We got it. And Bjorn, like I say, a 3rd map in a row for him today, as he continues to look good so far. It's the 2/3 of the waypoint, guys. Map 10 is done. 5 maps remain in today's King of the Hill. Who will be the next challenger for Bjorn? As Nightmare, Mixu, Christiana, kind of doing it in pretty confident fashion. Good defense against Mixu, and good play in general previously as well. It's just been solid. It has just been solid. We will just take a couple of moments here then, guys. Give us a second to figure out who the next player will be. See who's going to come in to challenge Bjorn. I guess I will run some ads just while we wait for Bjorn's challenger to arrive. Don't have too much else going on for a couple of seconds, so we'll take a few moments to get this back on track. Did Zero Space put the final nail in Stormgate's coffin? I mean, I think the final nail in Stormgate's coffin was when it actually had to go offline because they lost the rights to their servers or something. So, I think that was pretty much an endpoint for Stormgate. You think the nail in the coffin was when the player count was 13? No. No. That was the resurgence, the start of the resurgence. But then then the coffin actually got nailed shut. Wardy, has TOS ever been this uncompetitive in your experience as a caster? Yeah, because I don't think TOS is that uncompetitive, but it is struggling. But like, I don't think we're like, it's not like unplayable. I'm not good at remembering metas though, to be honest. I'm gonna be frank with you. Auric Fire is gonna get revived. This is kind of fun. So sometimes in the King of the Hill, someone is able to be revived if there's no other player ready to go. And Auric Fire beat Bjorn last time around. So when we played last week. So actually kind of excited to see Bjorn Auric Fire on essentially a rematch here this time. Get this ready to go. Yeah, the problem for Protoss right now is that Protoss got screwed the most because Protoss actually got changed a lot. In the sense that obviously like Warpgate changed a lot, and that changed a lot of what can happen with Protoss. So Protoss players actually have to relearn new builds and actually have to figure new stuff out. Whereas like Terrans and Zergs, like obviously you kind of relearn a bit, but like a lot more of it's like you're shifting things, you know? That's a lot more of like you're shifting things versus like completely building from the ground up. It's two very different things, right? Like if I have like if I have something over here, it's much easier for me to take it here and put it there than it is to not have it and to have to make it, right? So I don't know. I think Protoss, like, it's gonna this is why I think we needed time with the patches a little bit, because maybe some of the patches very obviously we need immediate changes, but this is why the entire way that the game got patched was this is why that the entire game got patched just didn't make any sense, because you can't just make a massive game-changing change like Warpgate and then it doesn't get any proper testing because no one is able to play proper games because the economy's broken because you changed the 8 worker start, you know? Like, this is a completely crazy concept. But that is what happened. So yeah. Like, we just should have never, like, if we actually wanted to go to 8 workers, we should have just never changed the warp gate at the same time. Because at least then, in a vacuum, you can fix the economy. And then you can change things from there, so you actually have, like, you can actually see what the effect of warp gate changes are. No? Yeah, I don't know. Protoss is still winning games. Protoss is still winning series. But, I mean, I've obviously been very vocal already that I don't really agree with, not even necessarily the changes, I just don't agree with the approach of a lot of the changes at the end of the day. I don't agree with, like, how we're executing a lot of this stuff. It just, none of it makes sense. None of it is logical. Well, it would be logical if there was genuinely, like, a high amount of testing going on behind it. Like, if they had internally tested this for, like, a long time. Like, if they internally tested 8 workers for such a long time that we could actually come out and be like, you know what, bam, 8 workers, huh? Like, this part's just, then that's fine. But, like, there's not that amount of people working on StarCraft to test that, you know? So, after the patch, the servers are so dead. That's not really true either. I mean, the amount of players has dropped, but it's not, it shouldn't be so significant that the servers feel dead. The player count is close enough to what it was before that I don't think you can really claim too much on that one. Feel the servers are dead too? I mean, like, the amount of games per hour dropped by like not even 5, like by what 5% at most or something. Like that can't make the servers feel dead. You can't notice a 5% drop off when all you're doing is clicking play game. Surely. Did you instigate for 2 hours yesterday? Yeah, and this is just nonsense. Like the numbers don't even. We actually have the numbers for this, so we can't even just claim it. Like you can feel it all you want, but the numbers just say that that's not true. Now you can say that the number of people playing has decreased. That is true, but it's not to the point where the servers are like dead. The amount of games involved in Protoss is way down. Really? I don't have the stats on that, so I do not have the stats on that. Maybe I'm gonna get turned around. Stalker is gonna be there to play the defense we're yapping on. First 3 minutes of this TVP has been an engineering bay block, and otherwise beyond expanding high ground, pressuring with the Reaper. There is going to be a Twilight Council from Arrow Fire to catch us back up with what's going on here. This factory drops down the main base. Reaper coming over. He's going to hit the probe a couple seconds. I see a Reaper coming across. He's going to grab that probe. I'm going to going down. Just going to be having the still going to get there. That Reaper is going to get caught. Going to take that down already. So it's nice to get rid of this. The Adept poking on the other side. And Zbion will keep his Marines on the high ground there. The Adept will try and shade, but the Adept will not get much further. And the Orbital will get to come down to the low ground now. I can understand if Protoss players don't want to play, especially like on a casual level, because like while I think there was an overreaction of like, oh my god, 8 workers, I've got to learn everything again. I think that was a bit of an overreaction, but like Protoss has the way you play Protoss has significantly changed, and for people who have been building stuff out of warp gates for like X amount of years on a casual level, it's not easy. You're basically now off racing because your gateways now actually have to like produce normally instead. Like it's a very different way. It's like a very different macro cycle. Like Protoss definitely got hurt the most on the casual level. And don't forget, Protoss are the most susceptible to all-ins, and we made the game more coin flippy and all-any, so you know. It's not a good time for Protoss. It's not a good time for Protoss. I don't think it's a good time for Protoss at any level, but I think we still have to be realistic and not yell and scream overly much. So when it's like I don't think we need to exaggerate the fact. Basically, is all. It's gonna be seeing the Prism is here though. We've got Arrow Fire looking to change the narrative. Warp gates are online. 2 warp gates, and gonna jump into this main base to try and put some pressure on. Tries to get the tank. Cyclone had the lock to the Prism, but didn't move further forward. So that Prism is going to be able to get back and start pulling away. 4 SCVs down. Going replacing the siege tank soon. Keeps the tank on the low ground. A couple of Stalkers going down. The end here is not pretty for Arrow Fire. That's a little bit missed micro opportunity. Needed to be a little bit cleaner than that overall. Hop back in. Arrow Fire trying to find a little extra. Gets a couple of SCVs extra. It's going to be can see in the bio. Stepping over, Cyclone is going to lock on and kill the Prism. Actually losing the Prism is a big deal because it removes all of the pressure you have in the game. And losing the Stalkers is a big deal too because they're expensive, so losing Stalkers is a big no-no. Now don't get me wrong, we get some extra SCVs, but some of these SCVs are from before, to the point where Arify knows that you just can't lose as much as he just lost and be okay with it. GG's. SC2 is incredibly reactive. You set your build order to your set build orders only type for 5 to 10 minutes. People had to adapt to Walhard's legacy. Why not now? I mean, realistically speaking, like people are always upset when they have to relearn things. But realistically speaking, like 99% of people do not play at a level where the amount of stuff you have to relearn actually changes your skill level. The problem is people are finding it frustrating because the stuff that changed and has to be relearned has no positive to it. Apart from this random quotation of freshening up the game or variety and stuff, right? Like, people don't like relearning things for the sake of like, you know what? Let's screw it. Let's just make the game more interesting. And then everyone's like, but the game didn't get more interesting, you know? Now, a patch in general I still stand by the fact that the majority of stuff that got more interesting is truly like the warp gate changes. You know? Like the warp gate changes. And yeah. Like it's always fun when things change to some extent, but like I do think we're playing a worse version of the game than what we were playing before. I think it can still be fun to see, and it can still be bad or worse, you know? So the gateway change is stronger than lava buff. Then why aren't we seeing Protoss dominate? Like Zerg's dominated for the time when that first lava buff hit. The thing about the gateway change is you can pump a bunch of units, right? But like, if you have $10, right? And I tell you guys that you can give me, for every dollar you give me, you can have a game of StarCraft, right? It doesn't matter that I can deliver those games of StarCraft to you in 10 minutes or something. You're still only going to get 10 games of StarCraft. Like, Pros didn't just magically get more units. They can produce more gateway units, but if you want to have the money to produce that amount of gateway units, you have to cut elsewhere, no? Like, they don't just magically have more money to build all these gateway units with. You can cut gateways. Okay, so you can make a short-time mineral cost cut to gateways, which usually you're not really building mass zealot at that point anyway. 10 gates is 5. To a point, right? Yes. So you can afford one round of production because of the gateway money save. It gates 150, right? So what, 5 gates? So you can have 7 zealots. So basically 1.5 rounds of your production is paid for because you cut gates. That's not a lot. That is not a lot. Where are you then getting the rest of these units from? This is why we're not seeing Protoss players just overwhelmed. It's 5 more Stalkers on a 7 to 8 minute push? No, it's not, because where's your gas coming from? You didn't just magically save a bunch of gas. You didn't just magically save a bunch of gas, and if you're producing from gateways, you've got 5 more Stalkers, but you also would have had 5 more Stalkers because you now would have been able to warp in across the map in the past. Instead, now your 5 Stalkers are at home, so that 5 Stalker advantage is non-existent. Unless you make warp gates, which is expensive, which completely goes against the entire point of talking about it. Are we still complaining about everything? No, we're not complaining about everything. We're discussing the changes. We are discussing the changes and their impacts. Command Center first in TVT is still heckin' greedy, by the way. I refuse to believe this is viable. CC, like, TVT is so punishable a matchup, like, as most mirrors are. Like, TVT is genuinely... Like, this should be dangerous. However, if Percival plays no scout, which currently he is, then Bjorn probably gets away with it, which is pretty nutty. Man, how do I get called out for complaining when we're literally just discussing the cost of units? Come on. Like, it's not complaining to discuss how much things cost and how things work in the game. Bjorn up 4 in a best of 1. It's King of the Hill, so it's a best of 1, and Bjorn has won 4 games in King of the Hill so far. That's what we're tracking on the scoreboard. What do you think is the strongest race this patch? Okay, well, I definitely think Terran and Zerg have an advantage over Protoss. I'm not sure about TVZ. The Zergs are having a pretty good time with like a lot of the Mutiling Bane stuff. I'm not sure about ZVT because the Ghost Snipe change and the Gas change actually really impacts late game TVZ as well. Like the cost of snipes being more, so you need more ghosts to hit enough snipes to clear things initially, is tough. And running out of gas sooner as a Terran is actually pretty tough as well. I'm not sure if that means it's the Zerg favorite, but like Zergs have been doing pretty well in ZVT, no? I'd say the Zergs have had some pretty good matches lately, and I think ZVT's been pretty entertaining. But I mean, some Terrans have also had much better results in TVZ than they've been having beforehand as well with this patch. So yeah, TVZ is an interesting one. But I definitely think it's Terran and Zerg over Protoss right now, and then Terran versus Terran. TVZ might be balanced. I think TVZ is the closest to balanced matchup we have. But I'm not 100% sure. Like, it's also only been, what is this? Are we at the end of 2 weeks? Is it tomorrow? It will have been 2 weeks since the 300 command center change. I think so, right? So, I mean, there's still a lot of figure now. Like, I'm basing this off of what I've watched, what, like 30, 40 maps of TVZ or at most, probably. Like, it's still not a lot in the grand scheme of things. As if he pulls off to the side, just going to be seeing the refinery coming up. Or is this rule of the tournament? If a player gets to 30 consecutive wins, they collect a $45 bonus and retire their reign, earning the title of Emperor. Yeah, that's the thing. I can't... There is... On the OSC site, there is actually a list of everyone who's had the longest streaks. I don't think anyone's had a 30 streak off the top of my head, but I'll have to double check it because it is off the top of my head. So I'm not completely sure. Let me double check that because I'm actually interested. Someone's been up in the 20s at least. I know Bjorn's had a crazy big streak before, but I don't know if he got to 30. I feel like I would have known if someone had got to 30. I feel like that would have been more memorable. Let's do Hall of Fame and records. King of the Hill. Longest win streak ever was Bjorn at 22. Yeah, Bjorn won 22 maps in a row in King of the Hill. One time. And that is the highest there's ever been. You know, at this point, I feel like we should just put a bounty on the... a bigger bounty on the Emperor title, man. If we put, like, a $300 bounty on the Emperor title, do you think Clem comes to play? Who has the best chance of winning 30 maps in a row? I mean, probably Cyril. Probably Cyril, but then he also would have to get through at least, like, a good amount of ZVZ as well. It's extremely difficult to win 30 maps of StarCraft in a row, obviously. That's pretty ridiculous. Reaper, Hellion, Cyclone going to get pushed away. Just going to be seeing a grenade coming down. It's also 30 maps where you get one veto and then your opponent gets to pick any other map, including some old maps that are part of the map pool from the OSC extended map pool. So, like, it's really kind of a... it's extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult. Units moving back and forth. We are going to see a couple tanks going to siege the Ravens overhead. Marines stepping through. Vikings going to fire. It's an auto turret war. Percival likes his position, but the auto turret war dies out, and then the tank's not going to do too much else. So that seems as though it's going to be about it for the moment. Let's wrap that out. The Marines, the Vikings going to be there to push the Raven back the other way. Marines and the Vikings pulling back over once more. You remember TB's King of the Hill event? Bjorn had the longest streak there, 26. No. The longest King of the Hill streak in the StarCraft Kings longest streak, I think, was Innovation. I think he had 10. That was extremely difficult to do well in because you also had like absolutely like the top of the top guys playing every single game as well. Like that was absolutely brutal. It was like 500. Wasn't like $500 a map as well. Like it was crazy money. Actually crazy money. Don't knock these rocks down. Percival, as Bjorn is kind of advancing a little bit for an attack right now. Viking's going to get a few shots off. We do get some matrixes from Percival. Going to help him to take this fight, but he does not have air control. Air control being heavily in Bjorn's favor. Massive deal. He could add a couple libs in, and then that obviously helps you a lot with pushing this position back down. Was it IPL that had Hyun go several months to the champ? Yeah, Hyun had a crazy win streak there, but that was like in best of 5 or something, right? Like you play, it was like best of 5s. I mean, that's obviously impressive as well. I can't remember what that event was. Was it Fight Night? IPL Fight Night on Friday? God, I used to love IPL. The consistency of IPL and just the fact they had different events and like so many different players playing all the time, that was such a good vibe. That was actually like peak StarCraft 2 era, I think. Way better than any freaking silly Wardy streams we get. Tank's gonna be there. 12 consecutive weeks. What was it called? Was it IPL Fight Night or something? Or was it... Did it actually have a better name than that? I can't remember. Was it best of 5 or was it best of 7? Nerdshore had a good run in that event as well. I think it was the same event. IPL Fight Club. Yeah, Fight Club. Yeah, Nerdshore was very good in that event too. He had also a few wins. Have I heard anything from Frost Giant? No. Usually when a company does not succeed in making their game, they don't get a second chance, you know? IPL was... I think what was so good about IPL was, like I say, it was very consistent. It was like every single night at the same time, and there was just a bunch of different tournaments as well, so it's like... One night you could be watching like genuinely like you could like there's just such a varied like set of players as well. But it was like one of the big consistent things going on, so it was really meaningful to like tune in. And the sickest thing was they never had any issues because they just casted everything from replays. Oh, if you casted everything like from people freak out when one match is from replays nowadays. Back then, like their entire season of their tournament was replayed. It's like they were casting things that were like 2 months old. So sick. How things change. Percival, how things change as well. Pushing back across the map. Air control of Bjorn has not meant much right now, as Percival has a lot of Marines. Tank count is even. Then obviously it comes down to that air control as well at this point. Tanks firing, setting up to play a bit of defense here. Those Marines thinking of getting forward. The Marines is going to be fighting. Unit's going to get back into the center. Just going to be seeing Marines, tanks, medevacs pulling away for a couple moments as well. Army just comes over. Just getting into the center. A couple tanks are sieged. Going to start hitting a bunch of these Marines already. Marines taking some mega damage. Liberators, a couple of them already going to take some big shots as well. Bjorn now bound to push himself, and it's a very back and forth match. We go one way, we go the other way. Been moving around a lot here already. So we see Bjorn actually kind of winning the Marine fight there. In a couple of moments at least. They're still going to give up a little bit of the space. Bjorn still has that air control. Oh, going to run down this ramp, but he's low HP on so many Marines. I don't believe he can actually fight this. He's got a tank onto the 2 tanks. Massive. Got a couple of tanks right at the end of that one. That's big. I'm just going to see a couple of Vikings going to shoot. Medivacs will fire. I'm now going to try and work a bit more toward the right-hand side. Percival down supply, but it doesn't mean too much. And the Vikings gather. Just going to see the Marines and the tanks will keep gathering up with more Medivacs moving over. 3-3 plus 2 vehicle weapons coming in. Extra Vikings producing from the starports. Tank is going to shoot onto that sensor tower. Marine's going to try and come around the left side. Gun's getting a lot of free pickoffs here. Again, the Medivacs especially is nice. He has a bunch of units down here. He's going to overwhelm this force of Percival. Gets both the Medivacs. Tanks need to be careful. Percival. Yeah, I mean, you can't really win with a fight like that. Every single tank just in siege. That was a little lackluster on the side of Percival, unfortunately. I thought at least the tanks were going to try and siege. It was going to be like an exciting close moment. I sat there. I didn't say anything because I sat waiting to like be like, are they going to get siege in time? And they never started sieging. I was just like, oh. I mean, there was fights over here, but I know there's a lot going on, but I feel like that's a moment where it felt as though he knew this was coming and he knew his tanks were there. But I was just really expecting to have a bit more of a response from him, and at this point he's lost too much. Especially losing that amount of tanks, it's going to be extremely difficult, if not nigh on impossible, to truly hold on. And it puts you into a very, very difficult place. Bjorn sits here, gets the GG out from his opponent. He's going to take this one down. Bjorn to the races on that one. GG's. All right, Bjorn getting another win on the board. Another win on the board. Nice. What's up, Wee Shark? How you doing, mate? Thanks so much for the 43-month resub. We are going to be hopping servers. It's Max Packs up next. It's funny because last week Arrow Fire beat Bjorn, and then Max Packs came out, and then Arrow Fire beat Max Packs as well. But this time we actually are going to get a Bjorn Max Packs matchup. So back over to NA. Bjorn versus Max Packs coming up next. Good lunch break. Hell yeah. Love to hear it for you. Alrighty guys, we'll have the map pick and so coming through, see how this plays out, see what we're going to be playing on for this match. Get this going in a second. Get this going in a second. Alright, they're still working on the videos, guys, so a couple moments. Appreciate the patience. Get this back underway. Thanks, guys. Just waiting for the map pick. Be a couple of moments and we'll get this ready to start up. MaxPax just logged in, so again, Björn will get one veto, MaxPax will then get the map pick, is how this works. Get this ready to go. Again, thanks for joining us today, guys. Appreciate you all being here with us. Good to see you, and yeah, we'll be back at it in a moment, just waiting for MaxPax and Björn. As the map is picked, it's Tokamak, so another one of the old maps, actually. Again, OSC runs an extended map pool, so you basically have, like, the ladder maps, and then the OSC extended map pool adds a few old maps back in. Every season they change it up a few maps, so it just adds, like, the chance to see old maps again and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, we'll head into this and get going in a second. Thank you again for the patience. Ready, says MaxPax, GLHF, and we are sending it. We are sending it. Beyond on a 5-map winning streak now, I believe. Yes, beyond on a 5-map winning streak for this map, and then 2 more to go, guys. Let's see what happens in what could be game of the day. As we set this off, get this started. In the bottom left-hand side, the red Terran player is going to be Shopify Rebellion's Björn, and he has, as I mentioned, already had himself a bunch of success today with 5 maps already won. In the top right side, MaxPax, our Blue Protoss, will be the challenger now for this one. So MaxPax the challenger, up and away we start. Bring this to action. All right, like I said, excited to see what is going to happen here. Because MaxPax is always very fun, and obviously, I feel like we never get to see enough. Is there ever enough MaxPax being, brought into the game? Probably not. So yeah, excited to see some MaxPax games. Excited to see what his TVP or PVT currently looks like. See what sort of style he's going to play. As we've seen Hero being very, very, very experimentational with his kind of games, so wondering if MaxPax, like I say, has a similar kind of experimental vibe going, or if it's going to be a bit of a different, kind of more controlled setup from him potentially as well. Set this up. Again, CC, I'm going to get in position for a few moments. Just going to bring that into place right now. Get that on the go. To start things off here. With that CC in the high ground, there's going to be the Zealot wandering over, so MaxPax looking to get some info quickly as he moves to the other side. Come straight across, see what is going on. Attempt to see what is going on at the very least. So Bioforce gets in, actually starts to put some damage out, so a little bit of a success from the very first few moments here. It's going to be seeing the setup coming through for a couple of moments. Gonna see a couple of units coming about. Gonna set there for a moment or so. Just to get that all started. Marine's going to step up crouch to have this orbital moving through. This probe coming off over to the side as well. Just for now. Second one is going to get a lock onto the Adept, so that should just be a kill. So Adept will be falling. Again, Stimpak, Siege Tank continue to come into play. Blink continues up, the Gateway continue to come by. Couple of those probes coming over as well at this point in time. The Adept is going to come down the map also. And then next is coming into position. Couple of probes on the way out. Just going to be seeing that blink continuing through for a moment or two longer. There's going to be the pylon going to be done here in a couple of seconds. So again, getting that up. Blink on the way over. Stim on the way through halfway. The Marines also producing as we speak. Get this all going. Again, Stim building, Engineering Bay coming by. Going to be well on his way to being set up onto this Bio Army. Meanwhile, MaxPax is playing into the playing into just the Stalkers and the Blink, taking that third Nexus nice and quickly as well. He's not going to delay too much in terms of getting set up here in the first few moments. Every map is worth $7.50, guys. Yes, $7.50. So if you win every single game on the day, you can win like $112.50. And you get like a bonus for being king at the end of the day. So yeah, it's like it's kind of like a $120 cup, only you don't have to play the whole thing. If you lose, you just cash out already with whatever you've won. So you don't have to commit the full 5 hours. You just commit however long. However much time it takes you to keep on winning, essentially. So Stalkers will continue down to the bottom left-hand side. There is the pylon off to the side. Combat shield +1 in production at the moment. Just going to see the +1 on the charge. Building up on the side of MaxPax. How much do these Stalkers want to commit for? Probably not much. We're already going into the future. Extra gates coming up back at home from MaxPax as well currently. Marine Marauder Medevac all coming about again. Combat shield, concussive shells, and the upgrades coming into play as well. We have the siege tank here on the natural. Going to unsiege, and we're just going to push on forward a little bit. And it's going to start to move out for the next few moments as we start to fight the Stalkers, challenge them for a couple moments to see what may happen here. So you see the Bio still moving across. A couple Stalkers coming over as well. And Bioforce and attack going to step up. That's going to be the Stalker going down. It's just going to be having this caught at the moment. Marine's still coming through. Just going to see that Bioforce still shooting. A couple of Stalkers going to be coming across as well. And we are going to be seeing the tank even being brought forward aggressively from Björn. It's going to go down very quickly. So MaxPax gets rid of that, but can he deal with the amount of Bio here? Just going to step through. Mortal Barrier pops, so it will fall very quickly as well. No Zealots until just now to really help hold this off at all. MaxPax's supply is in the bin. 53 army supply of Björn, 18 of MaxPax. A bunch more probes will go down. The Stalker's stuck in the corner. The rest of the probes continue to drop. Stalkers will fall, die. And MaxPax down. 40, 50 supply. Types the single G. There's a WardiTV in the chat right there from MaxPax. Bjorn goes to a 6-map winning streak, stimming across the map, and MaxPax is gone. Just like that. Gone just like that. Alrighty. Not quite how we wanted things to go from MaxPax's perspective, and not quite the epic, awesome game we wanted from Bjorn's perspective either. So, it's okay. Happens. We'll take a few moments and we'll get back on track with another challenger then, guys. As Bjorn gets ready to go. Just wait to figure out who's going to be next. Shameless just logged in, so it might be him. And we'll find out in a moment or so. Let me just run the ads. Beyond with 6 maps in a row now, so looking reasonable. Like I say, Shameless logged in, but we do not know just yet who exactly it is, but I'm going to presume Shameless. Usually whoever logs in just as we're ready to go into the next map, and King of the Hill does in fact end up playing, so that's where I think we are right now. If Toss was so broken, why didn't they win everything? Because being broken doesn't mean you just win everything. You can be broken and just win some things. The game doesn't always have to be on an extreme, you know? Oh, Bjorn's in the lobby. He wasn't in the chat channel anymore, but he was in the lobby already. It is going to be Shameless. Cool. It is going to be Shameless. Alright guys, we'll get this set in a moment or two. It's ready to go. Let's wait for Shameless to join our lobby here, and we'll get ready to go. Do. Alright, Bjorn is going to re-host. I think Shameless is probably going to host, and we will join from Shameless instead. They have a couple of issues here for a second or so. Hey guys, the game changed a lot over the years. I do have to agree, 1.5 years is a very long time. But in the current meta of StarCraft, that's only two patches as well, so you know. Would be nice if it was more than 2 patches, though. Shameless just relogging. Looks as though he can't get online at the moment. It's just bugging out. And you guys just waiting a couple of moments. And thank you for your patience. Just seems as though we have some issues getting Shameless into game. Hopefully we can get it sorted in a second, though. Hopefully we can get it sorted in a second. Hopefully we can get him into the lobby. We can kick this off. So we got this map and one more map after this as well still to go, guys. So Beyond against Shameless, and then get the rest going after that. Get the rest going after that. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Observer speed nerf because it was frustrating. They kept getting away. Yeah. That was such a silly change. Like, why even make this the reason? Just be like, we feel like the observer moves too quickly and can escape too much, rather than it feels frustrating. Like, that's just... It's like, we can phrase things better, you know? Like, we can make it easier for people not to be upset about how you change something. Ay. Like I say, we're just waiting for Shameless to join us here, guys. He's clearly have some issues getting online. He's getting online, but he can't join the lobby, it seems, is the current problem, I would say. He's relogging a bunch, so maybe soon. All right. That's it, guys. Just yeah, I mean, exactly. It doesn't feel frustrating for toss when their observer dies. Yeah, so maybe we should speed it back up again. It's really frustrating when your observer died when it shouldn't have done. You're like, ugh. It's just a terrible reasoning. But that's a very whatever thing to laugh about. 6 wins in a row for Beyond now. We've been out of game for too long. I've forgotten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins for Beyond. Looking for 7. If you can take down Shameless in the bottom right, our blue Protoss player. We'll get this ready to start. Excited to see what Bjorn and Shameless will give us. Bjorn running over Max Max in that last game pretty comfortably. So, I'm excited to see what he brings coming into another round. There's barracks on the way. There is going to be a probe to come across the map. No early worker across the map from beyond the engineering bay block this time. He's a fifth of the way to Emperor. Yes. You see how difficult it is? Think about who he's gone through already, and he has to do that so many more times. Ain't easy, you know? Ain't easy. You see the probe patrolling for a couple seconds. Just gonna be moving that around. Reaper is gonna be getting onto the probe, and the probe actually gonna be taking some damage. Take quite a few shots for a moment or two right there. Sorry. And that's found the pylon in the gateway as well, so the pylon in the Stargate as well. So we are now aware of the proxy as Bjorn, so already a pretty good start from him in that regard. Get an instant vision on just what is going on, what we're kind of doing here. They just figuring out what's up straight away, and this pylon getting low. I mean, they'd be surprised if the pylon went down before we got an answer to it, and the adept does show up as an answer at this point. So do you have the Reaper in the bunker now dealing with the Zealot that's already arrived as well, so Shaman's trying to put all the pressure on in these early stages with this proxy Stargate. I've seen proxy Stargate a couple of times lately. It's actually been pretty popular from the pros. Definitely been bringing that in and testing that out a whole bunch, I would say, as of late. Been interesting to see. I'm missing a couple of units coming around again. Depth coming about, moving over for a little bit, getting set up. See that depth still on the move. Obviously, the Reaper is going to leave the Stargate alone. We know an Oracle's on the way. First Oracle's already camping out a little bit, actually. Move back and forth. Again, Oracle just going to be coming through. The other couple Oracles keep on patrolling for a couple seconds. So again, coming around with that for a little bit. Yeah, these couple Oracles move around, try and see what it is they would like to do. Oracles gather. Again, the Stargate is going to be coming about. Just going to see the Adept and the Zealot patrolling back and forth. Stim on the way, a couple SCVs coming by. The Nexus is about to finish. Let's just have the Reaper actually going to get through for a probe in the natural. All those units just stood there, and the Reaper still shows up and still does well for itself. So gets in, gets some damage dealt. Tank Marines in the Stim coming on through. Just going to be seeing the Stargate, Chrono Boost, now an Oracle. We are now at 3 Oracles, by the way. Beyond's defense at home. Bunch of Marines and a couple Cyclones. Those Oracles coming back again. Just going to be seen. I mean, we got to do something with them soon. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. Step's going to commit in, so we're going to send it. Cyclones lock on. That's 2 guaranteed dead oracles. Going to lose a 3rd to the Marines. No? No? Thomas just says GG. 7-0 for Bjorn. Can he be king at the end of the day? He's 7-0. One more map would make it 8. We had a lot of different kings initially, and it just got shifted. Alright, we'll see who Bjorn's final opponent will be, guys. Let's see who the final opponent is. Can I check if Empress Lily gets the invite for the next game? She's been getting invited to all the games, but she has not joined any for the last hour or so. So I don't know what's up. We need a European hero. Yeah, that's what we need at the end of the day. Alright, just waiting for whoever our final player is. She was not gone, she was the wrong server. I mean, she's been swapping servers and stuff, but then she gets invited and she doesn't join. But like, the problem is like, she said she was skipping a game, and then she skipped another game, and then I thought she was just gone, but she's still been getting invites. But, I mean, you even heard me say we were waiting for other casters to join the lobby, no? Because we were inviting people. We were inviting her. If she's on the wrong server, then she probably didn't get an invite. The last one. But like I say, it's been a while. Did Negro have to leave for some reason? Yes, he had to. He had to go. He did indeed have to go. Did you in your usual time so you guys we just finished the last game of the day? No, we have one map left. We have one map left. Gonna be Old Sun Temple. Is it mana? It's mana. Mana vs Bjorn to round out the day, guys. Alright, let's see what happens. Let's get this started. As we jump into Old Sun Temple, let's get this one going. Final map of the day. Björn is 7-0. Can he finish it off as king, or will Mana find something cheeky to bring up to round this one out? In the bottom left side, our red Terran is Björn. And in the bottom right, our orange Protoss is going to be Mana. Alright, start this off and get this on the way. Intrigued to see what our plan shall be. Like I say, Mana always comes in with something a little bit crazy planned, I feel like, so I kind of believe in he's got something up his sleeve here a little bit. Let's see if he really does or not, though. So we bring this about into action. Probe is moving. It is a 4-player map as well with only 2 spawns, but it does mean that Mana can maybe get some trickery off of that as well. He's going to scout top left first. He's going to scout cross first, and then maybe make a choice from there. Just lost the music for the last game of the day as well. Unbelievable. Probe checks, sees what's up, moving around a little bit. Just going to have a couple of barracks building from Björn. Probe pulls back down. Again, a couple of racks going through. XCC coming online. Side corner Nexus coming into place as well, just for now. To get that going here over the next few moments. So bringing this one up and about. It's an expand, it's an expand. The Probe actually going to nibble at the SCV a little bit on the low ground. Just get a few shots off there initially. So quiet with all the music. I always feel as though it's like when the music's not on, I feel as though every time I go quiet, I'm like, oh my god, everyone's gonna notice I'm not talking. As though you guys don't notice I'm not talking when the music is on. It's like I'm doing my normal thing. I'm like, everyone's gonna figure me out. They're gonna realize I'm scamming them with not talking every second of the game. Mine is 4 gating, by the way, so he's getting a bunch of units going. It's going to be a lot of units then from Mana. He does have the probe over there, which we can only imagine at this point is going to be to build a pylon. Can't really think what else that would be for otherwise. Just have the pylon coming up. So pylon comes up, get ready to build a bunch of units and get ready to send some big pressure very early in this one. Get this ready to go. Again, just see the probe and the pylon sitting tight. Again, we have a lot of units on the way up here, so we bring a lot of that into place. Yeah, all the units already walking from across the map. Björn, his info on this is not great. He doesn't see anything, so there's no bunker up. He is at least on 2 racks. Each tank on the way. A little supply blocked right now, though. It's a bad supply block, too. Slowing down only Marino. At least it didn't slow down his tank, but he's going to need some units to help him out here long term. He actually realizes the units are here now, so I mean that's way too late to start a bunker on the low ground, surely. Surely it's way too late to bunker the low ground. Conquer the high ground, maybe. Siege tank needs to siege on the ramp right now as well. We want to make sure we can actually kill this. The force fields are good. Keeps the Marines away. Manages catching Bjorn completely unprepared for this. Again, 0 scouting from Bjorn. And getting punished for it hard. Now he's going to pull back and try and let the stem maybe finish so you can do something else here. But this is minus 11 SCV. This is already very successful. It's not game ending yet because Bjorn is going to have the tech advantage of the stim pack. That is a pretty major positive. And he actually trades well just with the high ground vision, using the Cyclone decently as well. Wants to threaten another unit. Again, mana is unupgraded on these units, right? So every moment that goes by here is a little dangerous. Because if he doesn't end the game, you do end up in, like I say, a little bit of a scary place. Trying to move forward again. The tank and the Marines are going to be there to hold this out. Just going to be seeing the, obviously, beyond stim pack done. Now combat shield building as well. Just going to be having the Marines continue to come about. The depth is going to fall. And a couple more Marines popping in a moment or two. Extra out of this, just going to be having the units still trying to fight. We do have a tank now in range. Target fire those stalkers, and we're going to be able to do some good damage here. Really good damage. Now we get back to the low ground. Like I say, the issue for me is that mana hasn't even teched up behind this. He's got a Twilight, but he's yet to start anything. He's going to start charge. It's kind of the obvious one to begin with, I think. Kind of just makes sense. Realistically, those Marines will keep on gathering together then. Orbital landing back down. Other units are going to join up as well. Let's take a little bit longer of this as the unit's going to get back around over to that right-hand side. There is going to be that Nexus coming up for mana on the third base. A charge, a third Nexus, but Bjorn has survived through it all, despite being completely underprepared initially as well. Despite being completely underprepared. He's going to get himself back on track. Oh, a hallucination in the center takes a couple of nibbles, so we'd see a couple of shots over in this position. Just going to have the APM tab not disappearing. There we go. Got rid of it. A couple stalkers back toward the center again. Nexus probes, charge. Continue to come up, gates in the forge coming through, attack, and the concussive shells. The +1 and the concussive shells all coming up. Marine Marauder SCV coming by also. Zealot still building. Obs on the way, +1 attack coming through also as well on this. I was just going to be seeing the Observer building up on the Robo. The extra gates coming through. What's up, Lex? Thank you so much for the 42-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you resubscribe, and thanks for priming up the channel. Much appreciated. Stalkers gather. Probe is going to go on a little bit of a move. Going to get caught by that Marine in the upper left side already. Fire's going to step up. He's going to be seeing his gateway already in some trouble. Couple of shots coming straight down. Again, the +1 attack. Thermalance coming over. Get the Colossus up. Anna has... He did enough to transition out of what he did. It just felt like it was a very slow transition away, but Bjorn's not really been able to capitalize himself. His own third CC is about to finish. With a pylon down mana. Gonna start mining the minerals out so he can take this as his fourth rather than expanding toward the Terran. It seems is gonna be his plan. Sets up for that. Again, Bio and the Medivacs gather up for a few moments as well. Pushing around this bottom side. 3 more workers on the way up. Bio army shoving. Drop into the main base. Zealots are going to say nuh-uh. Push that straight back again. I think we've got the Zealots already poised on the left-hand side from mana, ready to potentially strike. Cannon gets cleaned up on a Marine. A couple of the probes coming back over. I see the bio ready to fight a little bit. A couple of those Zealots already going down. Just going to dive on further forward. Another couple of Zealots in trouble immediately. Widowmine's setting up. Nexus in trouble. Has to cancel immediately. These two tanks going to move back over. The Zealots going to try and counterattack in. We've got mines. We've got a bunker. The mines, especially if they splash these Zealots heavily, this should be absolutely fine. As Bjorn is going to siege the tanks towards the main base. He could drop into the main if he's feeling daring. He's going to do it with 2 medevacs. Obviously supported by the tanks. Difficult to take this fight as Mana, because you pretty much have to fight into the tanks at some point to do something about this. The Zealots on the other side will just wander in. They will die. Like I say, this tank fight is going to be tough to handle. Colossus can't get too close. Going to lose the Forge. No blink available as well. Still seeing the repercussions of the early game commitments. As you're going to see Zealots on the top side of the army attacking. They're going to get caught by the reinforcements though. A couple of mines helped out as well. We finally got through. Get rid of the tanks. The Colossus still alive. So Bjorn is... He's still trading, man. He's still trading. The Colossus is alive. I mean, Bjorn's got to lift up at some point. But there's no fear in lifting up because there's no blink still. I mean, obviously there's about to be blink. He didn't deny the Twilight. He just denied the Forge. Would have been pretty incredible for him to deny the Forges. Mana gets out of warp gates and he's just going to go into straight gateway build mode. So he's going to utilize the ability to kind of take those gateways back into gateway mode and just get the faster build time. Just spam a bunch of Zealots ASAP here to make sure he doesn't die in the next few moments. Bjorn floating his factory for vision. I mean, he's mined out of the main. Might be. I mean, we've got to be some point soon as Bjorn probably thinking about a 4th base. And that 4th base may at this point just be the main base relocating. Did Mana's base up here die? Or did it get cancelled? I felt like he was setting up to take this a long time ago. Maybe he just never put it down. He was just setting up to take it, but never actually got to the point of taking it. Well, those probes continue up in that direction. Again, Zealot's got Colossus ready for a shove around the bottom. Bio will take a chance to nibble through a set of rocks over here. Just going to have this command center continue to play. Mine and Burrows just going to pull back over. Bio Ghost, Viking, Medevac still gathering together. A couple more of those Disruptors coming through. The Nexus is going to be building. Just going to see the Zealot Store Colossus again on that bottom side, relocating again. And now feeling a bit more confident taking the forward base. He's going to get a 5 base soon. Bjorn is building a 4th command center rather than just moving the orbital. You might want to take the 4th in the forward position and plant her and then move the orbital to like the top left or something from the main base still. He's just going to crush this fight. Absolutely one-sided. Mana steps forward at the wrong time and Bjorn is going to take 8-0 and King at the end of the day. Successful King of the Hill day from him. As pretty much everybody just didn't look like they had much of a chance against. I mean, to be fair, the Mana probably got the closest, I think. Percival was in some good positions, but I think Mana got truly the close. And Nightmare. Nightmare as well. Nightmare, Mana, Percival probably put up the best fights. Percival the best longer fight. Mana definitely had a really good chance because that attack was so scary and Bjorn was so annoying. But he just couldn't quite break through. This was the closest game. I think it was the closest to a point at which Bjorn could have actually just straight up lost. No? Like the start, the very start is yeah, I think the very start was yeah, I think the very start was like dangerous for Bjorn. Like unscouted 4-gate hits you. And Mana did a lot. He even got rid of the tank. He probably could have just pushed harder. If he had honestly, he kind of died to the Cyclone on the other side doing a lot of work. And then not having the reinforcements that he maybe needed to kind of keep it going. Yeah. Like, maybe not the closest game in terms of the overall game, but like, I definitely think that was the closest moment to Bjorn dying. Outside of that, yeah, the Percival game was pretty good. Alrighty, guys. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Hope you guys have had a good day. That's going to be it for me today. I will be back. Not tomorrow. I'm taking a day off tomorrow, but Saturday and Sunday, we actually do have the WardiTV Summer Cup playoffs. So let's show you guys. Hang on, give me a second. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys the Summer Cup bracket. Yes, that was what I'm doing. Summer Cup bracket looks like this, my friends. As we have ourselves Solar versus Percival, Kua versus Rogue, Shin versus Christian, and Björn versus Yakov. That's going to be Saturday's games. And then on Sunday, we are going to have the semi-finals and the grand finals. You can catch us for this over the course of the weekend. So do check that out. I'm going to go raid you guys over to the WardiTV 24/7 stream, but if you guys want more live StarCraft 2, I highly recommend Roddy is live right now with the Patch Clash games, so you guys can go check that out on Roddy's channel. But yeah, we're going to go and cast the... we're going to be going ahead and raiding the 24/7 stream because, honestly, it actually makes genuine money, and we need money to run StarCraft tournaments, basically. So please do go and watch the live StarCraft, but the raid just does too much work on the 24/7 streams. I will I will send you guys over there. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all, and I'll be back on Saturday and Sunday for more StarCraft 2. Have a great rest of your day, guys. There'll be a YouTube upload very soon as well. I don't know who it is today off the top of my head. I'll check before I send you guys. Because I voted up like 4 matches today. It's Clem versus Rogue on the YouTube upload. That'll actually go live on our YouTube in like 10 minutes. I just need to make a thumbnail. So that'll go live in 10 minutes. Appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys later. Thank you so much, and bye.